Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? How have you been? Hello! We're still in the fucking Bellatrop cam position. Let's fix that. And let's fix chat as well. You guys are too small right now. Make you wider. Not too wide though. Careful. How do you do? Oh, man. Okay, chat. Day 2 of going running in the morning. I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it with a passion. Okay? Guards. Someone did not heed my warning. Someone did not heed my warning. You seem better? I mean, I slept. I actually had good sleep. We got an early stream after a restful night. How wild is that? How often does that happen, man? I've been awake for like 4 or 5 hours though. Because I hadn't slept, not last night, but the night before. So I ended up falling asleep not long after I ended stream yesterday. And I woke up at like 3 a.m. Where's the teaser thoughts? I haven't looked at it yet. Honestly, it's so hard for me to make up my mind about Veresa, like, outside of gameplay-wise, like, when it comes to, like, her visual design. Because, like, I don't know, man. It feels a little weird. But I don't know if it's weird that I feel that it's a little weird, you know? Like, I feel like it would be completely reasonable to interpret her as completely, like, fine and just like a silly, goofy character, right? And I don't know if the weird that I feel is weird because I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. Anyways, so, as I was trying to say, chat, day 2 of going running in the morning, I really hate it. Yesterday, I had breathing problems long before anything else. But yes, like the soreness from yesterday plus the exercise from today meant that today, before we ran into breathing difficulties, we ran into muscle difficulties. What happened to the Bellatrop run? I got too many points and it crashed my game. Basically. We pretty much, we achieved Naninf on like NT19 or something. But we had like reliable, consistent Naninf every round on NT19. You know, recover it? I probably could if I like uninstalled my mods but I just can't be bothered. Cause like, from that point onwards, there's no difference between Naninf at E308 and Naninf at E1000, right? So because the game doesn't register upgrades, I feel like it's kind of a waste of time to keep going. I've already beaten NT38, right? Like, I've already made it to 39 before. It's not like I need to do that to get that sense of achievement. And that run was headed there no matter what. Anyways, as I was trying to say, stop distracting me, okay? Stop bringing up Balatro. Stop it. Stop it. Yeah, so my legs are really sore. It's mainly my calves that are struggling right now. All the burpees I've been doing for the past few months, like burpees and squats, have made it so that my quads are like comparatively much stronger than my other leg muscles. So all the muscles in my calves and my hamstrings are a little weaker comparatively. So I feel like incredibly sore in my calves right now, but that's just to be expected. And it is what it is. Anyways, we got an exercise redeem. Let's get that done. Alright. How much weight do you squats? I don't do squats with weights. I don't do squats as a strength building exercise. Just as a stay active exercise. I just do bodyweight squats. Honestly though, I've always struggled with weighted squats because my balance is bad. Not because my muscles are too weak. I guess it's the stabilizer muscles, but still. Back when I went to the gym, I didn't really do weighted squats. I much preferred the leg press machine over weighted squats. The form is really important for squats, else you'll strain your back. Yeah, my problem isn't that I'll strain my back. Nice. Is that I'll fucking fall on one side. Good morning. Should I hold on to something? I mean, I'm holding on to the bar. I'm saying that squats while holding a bar, for me, the balance is difficult. New viewer here, just wanted to ask if you've tried doing calcs for Hutao Xianyun on the new artifact Plunge. That I haven't, but it's not gonna be better. We can talk. Let's talk about Hutao for a second, okay? And why Xianyun is good with her. So, right now, Hutao teams are pretty much split between the ones that use Farina and the ones that don't. And the ones that use Farina are just outright better. Right? Whether you use Singso or Yelan as your second Hydro doesn't matter that much. Honestly, there is very little difference between this team and this team, right? The Yelan team is slightly more damage, but it's less comfortable to play, and you can end up running into issues with your application where you might miss some vapes. In my experience, those tend to happen enough that damage-wise, the Xingqiu and Yelan team are pretty much the same. And the Xingqiu team is more comfortable. That being said, personally, I have Elegy, so the version with Yelan is still better. But if you don't, then yeah. No way Hutao applies enough Pyro for Yelan plus Farina to not be enough Hydro. The thing about Hutao is her Pyro application is inconsistent. The charge attack always applies, but only some of the normal attacks apply, but there's also the Blood Blossom. And it's very possible for there to be a normal attack, charge attack, and Blood Blossom Pyro application, all three in quick succession. And if that happens, you end up with a Pyro Aura, because 2 hits is enough to wipe the Hydro, and the third one will apply Pyro. And with Yelan plus Farina, once you have a Pyro Aura on the enemy, it'll take like an N5 on Hutao to make sure you reapply Hydro before you charge attack again. On top of that, if specifically you're using Xianyun, the Plunge attack is also no ICD, and Xianyun's coordinated Animo hit on Plunge attack, when it applies Animo in single target, also weakens your aura. Like in this team specifically, you end up missing a noticeable amount of reactions. The Xianyun's coordinated hit even do anything except for Gimp reactions. It helps reactions a lot in AoE. Unironically, this is by far the best Hutao team in AoE. Because the Plunge attack has better AoE than the charge attacks do. And your Hydro application is more consistent in AoE than in single target. I'm not up to date at all. And I don't know if I want to talk about serious things today. But you can ask me again later. Definitely not at the start of the stream. But if you're still here in the later part of the stream, once things start winding down, you can ask me again. Anyways, in a team like this, one of the biggest reasons why Farina is really, really important here is because she enables Maréchaussée. And the reality is that the Plunge set will just not be better than Maréchaussée. Right? If you look at a character like Xiao, where pretty much all of his damage is coming from plunges, and he's getting... Well, I guess Hutao wouldn't struggle getting enough. Oh, thank you for the raid, Tula. Welcome. We're currently talking about a team involving the 3rd best Hydro carry, Yelan, and the 4th best Hydro carry, Farina. But maybe we'll get to talking about the 5th best Hydro carry, Child, at some point. So if you want to stick around for that, you are free to. Anyways, sorry, I had to get the child slander out of. Anyways, on Xiao, who gets almost all of his damage from plunge attacks, the new set is like only ever so slightly better than Maréchaussée. It's a lot better when Xiao uses a crit weapon, because Xiao kind of struggles, or yeah, Xiao overcaps crit really, really easily because of crit ascension. If you also do Maréchaussée and crit weapon and Xianyun's crit rate, right? But Hutao, unless you're running deathmatch, well, Hutao has access to Dragon's Bane, right? Whereas Xiao's 4-star weapons are not quite as good, and Xiao's like quote-unquote signature is crit rate. Anyways, all of this to say, even on a character like Xiao, the new Plunge set is barely better than Wriothesley. In Hutao's case, she has a reasonable amount of non-plunge damage, and she also has that non-plunge damage is also normal in charge attack, which gets buffed by the 2-piece from Wriothesley. And so in a team like this, no, it will not be an upgrade. I don't even need to do calcs. I can tell you, just from vibes, it's gonna be like at least 10% worse. The question is, what if you don't have Furina, right? What if right now your Hutao Plunge team is something like this? And we could do calcs on this. I don't mind. Because your set options for a team like this are completely garbage. They're dog shit, and you don't like them. Tula becoming a paid streamer? Hell yeah. I heckin' love gumming. Why play Xianyun here instead of Bennett? Because she's better. By the way, is there an emote on 7TV that's like a first-time message of someone doing exclamation mark rules? Because I kind of want to add that as Giga Chad. I can make it? Alright, let me know. Thank you. I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce your name. Strigner? But thank you very much. Welcome. Rhymes with try. Call me Stry. Okay, Stry. Thank you, Stry. How to VV with Xianyun in a gumming team? You have a few options. We can talk about that as well. So, let's talk about the default gumming team, which is right now this, right? We're not even gonna bother with these setups because honestly, just don't play this team, okay? If you play this team, don't put Xianyun on VV. Just put her on fucking Song of Days Past. Don't bother. You are going to hate your life, okay? I know because I've done it a lot. It's not worth it, okay? If you want to do VV with Furina, ditch the fucking Bennett and play Amber, alright? Like, unironically, I would rather play this team over this. And I am serious about this. Okay? If you have C6 Chevalers, you can also use Chevalers instead, right? Because both Chevalers and Amber have, like, an ability, at least one ability, that applies a lot of instances of power application in a short amount of time, which effectively guarantees that it'll be easy for you to get a Pyro Aura to swirl. Bennett doesn't have that. And it's just so cringe to do your setups through Furina otherwise. They're doable, but they're cringe. Although you put Shenhe on Song of Days Past. If you're looking for optimal damage, it is VV with the scuffed setups. But they're really unreliable and I hate them. So yeah, like, casually 100% Song of Days Past in this team. Anyways, but let's talk about the setups for the melt stuff, right? So, in a team like this, there's like 3 things to keep in mind, right? 1, you need to keep track of your buff durations. Bennett's buff lasts for 13 to 14 seconds. Lali's buff lasts forever, but TTDS only lasts for 10 seconds. Xianyun's burst lasts for 16 seconds, but VV only lasts for 10. If you want to layer your buff uptime as well as possible, so that's the second factor, buff uptime. And then the last factor is your aura, right? Your aura will be a problem unless you go from Lali to Gaming uptime. Which means Lali last at the end of your setup is not mutable. It's not something you can change. So what about before that? Well, unironically, the fact that Xianyun is a catalyst is a massive deal in this team. In a team like this, the optimal setups, in my experience, tend to be open your rotation with Xianyun EQ, then go Bennett EQ, then Xianyun normal attack, then Lali. The reason for that is because Xianyun's buff lasts for very long, but VV doesn't. But her EQ animation is pretty long. So if you EQ on her after Bennett, by the time you swap to Gaming, you'll only get like 2 or 3 plunges buffed with Bennett. But because her normal attacks can trigger VV, you can use Xianyun's EQ before starting Bennett buff. And because her burst lasts for 16, which is about 2 more seconds than Bennett's burst in practice, using her burst before Bennett's burst actually helps your buffs line up better. And so, and by the way, right, very often you end up killing a chamber, or finishing off a chamber. I don't know what weapon I'm on. I think it is not the right one, but oh well. Very often you finish a chamber when your gumming is not full energy. And so an additional thing is at the start of your rotation, you can do gumming E. And if you're really feeling it, you can book Gumming's E so that he's the one catching the particles, and that helps you a lot more with your energy, right? Actually, I'm gonna start with Gumming Burst and then E, just to show how much energy you effectively gain from your setup in a team like this. What weapon am I on? Okay, that's fine. Right, so you book the E for the particles. Right? And by the time you swap to Gumming, we've already regenerated almost half of his burst energy. Just from our setup. So even if you ended the even if you ended the chamber with about 60% energy, you'll still be fine. And by the way, this is one of the many advantages of running Fav Xianyun in this team, and I think you should always run Fav Xianyun in this team, unless you're like specifically going for like a speed run where you know exactly the amount of energy you'll need for each breakpoint, and you need the additional damage from Osborne Eye or Atlas or whatever in order to reach those breakpoints. And if you want to look at the full rotation, it's something like this. Burst, use E immediately, catch the E, use E, use E. Always try to run towards where your Manchai is to catch it. There we go. And then you just start over. You're gonna crown Gumming's burst? Maybe one day. But I'm not planning on it right now, at least. Oh, am I forgetting the fucking Xianyun? I am forgetting the Xianyun normal attack. I'm an idiot. These enemies are too squishy, so it doesn't really matter if you use it. But yes, my bad. I forgot the fucking normal attack. Orange. He's jumping over a thing. Yeah, so you can see we get 400k. You get the idea. But yeah, the cringe setups and potential energy problems are one of the many reasons why, although Xianyun is the optimal teammate for Gaming right now, in practice, I don't tend to like her that much. And I much prefer using either double Cryo or Xilonen. Thoughts on holding E on Veresa in the first rotation to activate Obsidian? I've heard about people wanting to do that, and I don't know. Like, I suppose you can. Sure. One thing I will say, though, is that Veresa being one of the few characters that are a Catalyst character where Lost Prayers is good kind of makes me a little bit more iffy on Codex. Because long-time players, even the ones that don't go on the weapon banner ever, generally have about half of the standard weapons. And so, about half of them have a Lost Prayers. And unless you go Sig, Lost Prayers is your best option. But Lost Prayers don't fucking work very well with Codex because you'll just get too much crit. Like, technically, you're not instantly overcapped. But it's a lot, man. It's a lot. You're starting at 80. Like, it's a lot. I have R5 J-Wing Spear from losing on standard. Is it better than Sig on Arlecchino? Huh. I wonder. It's probably worse, assuming you do everything properly. But Arlecchino's best teams right now, being the Melt teams, does create situations where you might not want, or does create situations where you have to dash cancel your charge attack, and if you are annoyed by having to start your rotation with a charge attack that doesn't do anything, then it might be. Like, if you don't get the additional Bond of Life from her Sig, R5 Jade-Wing Spear is probably better than Sig. What's that? Is that the... Alright, we've replaced the emote. Thank you, Lud. Trust me on this one, as a diehard Arlecchino main, I can confirm it's not better than Sig at R4. But are you talking about with the additional Bond of Life? I assume you are, right? Because, like, I've seen people play Arlecchino with Sig in Seat Lolly teams, and honestly, most of them don't get the fucking charge attack. Balatro? No. If you open with CA, yes, a second. Yeah, obviously. Right? That's not what I'm contesting here. I agree with that. My point is, a lot of people don't do that. So if you don't open with CA, is it better? I sometimes sneak in an auto from Arlecchino after Bennett on the second rotation for Jade Wing Spear stacks. I can't. That's funny. Isn't Arlecchino charge attack like common knowledge? Yes, but the way I see it, right? When it comes to like useful tech for stuff, there's multiple different levels, right? There's like the first level, which is tech that is way too important not to know about, where I think it's worth mentioning even to casual players. So for example, using cancels on Hutao. Above that, there's tech that is slightly better, but where if you don't know about it, you'll still be able to play the characters. Like N2C being better than N1C on Hutao. Right? If you don't do cancels on Hutao at all, she's a fucking dogshit character. But if you do N1C instead of N2C, there's not that much of a difference. Yeah, N2C is better, but it's not that big of a deal. And because of that, even a lot of people who do know that N2C is better don't bother with it. And in my eyes, weaving the additional charge attack on Arlecchino when you have Sig and Melt teams is on that level. Is a sort of tech that a lot of casual players, even if they know about it, just won't bother with. Yeah, and then above that you have the fucking fucked tech, like Wave Dash Hutao, 22 N1W Sethos, 5 Melt Seat Lolly. Like, sure. Sure. Fucking EMC Sethos. Malika's best combo is actually C1D. That sounds sus as fuck. Because you're gonna melt some dashes. If you do that. That sounds wrong. It might be the optimal combo just in terms of motion value, without looking at reactions. But with reactions, there's no way that's true. It's a GCC's camera rotation. You have a link. I want to see. About C1D and Wave. There's also the fact that I'm assuming when they do their... Because, okay, Malika's hitbox is a little weird. Okay? It's very possible that they assume enemy positioning so that Malika's charge attack hits as soon as it can. But in practice, it often hits, like, about 1/5 of a second later than that. But adding 0.2 seconds to each C1D is a pretty big difference, probably. Alright, thank you, Stry. And thank you for stopping by. I want him to suffer with Yoimiya. Frick you. I don't want to suffer. That sounds not pog. Since when does GC Sim have Mawika? They added her a few days ago. I don't think she's in the database yet, but... yeah. You were the 22 months NPC girl. It's gonna be funny seeing every DPS's best team being with Mawika carry, man. I actually do hope that someone goes through every single character in the game and puts a team with Mawika, Bennett, Citlali with them. Just so that every other character's best team becomes Bennett, Mawika, Citlali in the database. How much damage is Bennett, Mawika, Citlali, fucking Sethos? I'm actually curious. Any, I think we have a few of the GC Sim obsessed losers in chat right now. Thank you for the tier 1, try. Pog. If you're here, okay, I would love to see a sim that uses Bennett, Mawika, Citlali, and literally any last character, where you just put that character on Fav and like Instructor or whatever, and you just swap to them to trigger that and then swap out. I guess there's some characters on which you won't be able to do that though, like Cole, for example. If you use Cole's abilities, it's gonna fuck your reactions. The Dendro characters in general. You can do it with Nahida though, you can just swap to her and use a normal attack. Oh yeah, see, Lali isn't on GC Sim yet, you're right, I forgot. New Ella team, true. You know, Ella's actually pretty good there. Because Crowd Resonance is 15% crit. And she can easily trigger a reaction for Instructor without completely removing the Pyro Aura. So it doesn't fuck with your setup. So and you can still get the Citlali Cinder City proc. So like, unironically, she's not even that bad. Look at this though. What's that? Hongyun. Nice. I assume that the reason why she's on Mailed Flower instead of what's it called? Instead of Serpent's Bind here is because you overcap on crit too easily with Crowd Resonance? Maybe? No, that shouldn't be the case. Wait, does anyone have a link to any other Mawika sim that uses Serpent Spine? I want to copy the setup. I just yoinked this from the Discord, I see. Does this config even get the Mawika Instructor proc? Thank you, Squidly. Let's look at the sample. Or not Instructor, Mailed Flower. Can I control F here, or... Mailed Flower stat mod added at 0.2 seconds. Let me load in rest of the stuff so we can... Wait, why is it not... Does it only look at what's currently on screen? Oh no, I can't. Whatever. Oh, this is a team that doesn't use Bennett. Top left bar, I see. You're right, there is a bar here. But yeah, that makes sense. This is a team that doesn't use Bennett, so the setup is shorter. That I understand. What are some other teams that have around 100k DPS with not insane investment levels, like 8 cost or something? Nothing. Well, okay, that's not true. Like, the way you said it, like, you would include a C1R1 team, right? Yeah, there's Gumming. Right now, outside of scam rotations, pretty much no one other than Gumming in the sim has 100k DPS teams. Linny has some scam rotations, Arlecchino has some scam rotations, but they're scam rotations. If you're including C1R1 stuff, the characters that benefit a lot from those sort of stuff are gonna get there, right? Navila. Mualani probably does. What does scam rotation mean? So, the GC Sim perfectly executes what you tell it to do. Because... there's a few restrictions when it comes to the Sims that go into the database. There needs to be... or they need to implement swap delay from a little bit of ping. And a few other things like that. But you can work within those restrictions to make... or to craft perfect rotations that you will not be able to reproduce consistently in practice. And when you do that, you can end up having characters that look like they do more damage than they really will. And that's what I'm talking about when I talk about scam rotations. It's rotations that are just not really gonna happen in practice. A good example of a scam rotation is the highest Mualani teams in GC Sim. That will happen. Right? This... Okay, this is another type of scam rotation. This assumes that you get a lot of energy from enemies dying, right? Energy based on level 100 Icewind Street. It means that they're assuming you're fighting... What category is it even on? Automatons, maybe? Yeah. They're assuming you're fighting these losers, and these losers drop a lot of energy at their HP thresholds. They drop full orbs, I think, at 25, 50, and 75. And because of that, you get to build a lot less ER on your characters. Right? If I go to a rotation that is not against Icewind Suite, right, and I copy the enemy setup, and I paste that on the rotation that was doing, that was using energy based on level 100 Icewind Suite. We now don't have enough energy, and our DPS went from almost 90k to 60k. Right? That's another type of scam rotation, right? It's a rotation that, I mean, it's not gonna happen, right? And then this, right? This is a 16-second rotation with Xiangling, which means they're alternating between pyro application from Xiangling's burst and power application from Sucrose's burst. If we take a look at how the rotation goes here, right? It's apply Hydro on Mualani, swirl it on Sucrose, get Xilonen, channeling burst, skill, swap to Mualani, use your skill, chomp. When does the first chomp even happen? Chomp. Oh wait, did this burst? Wait, I'm confused. Did they not Pyronado? Because they used Sucrose burst. They did. No, but wait, they used both? Wait, I'm confused. It's probably asynchronous rotations that do 2 chomps sometimes, actually. That's probably what it is. Anyways, this one is 3 chomps. Okay. Then go to Sucrose. Use a normal. Use a skill. Back to Mualani. Use burst. So here they went to Sucrose to refresh the EM buff for Mualani burst, even though the VV is not there anymore. Then back to Xilonen. Then back to Sucrose. Use the skill. It swirls Hydro, because you use a normal attack after Mualani burst. Then you use channeling skill. And then back to Mualani. And I think this is going to be a double chomp only. First chomp. Second chomp. It's a 3 chomp. Really? In what world can you chomp 3 Mualanis from Guoba? You have to do it very fast? Yeah. Like, here, we didn't get it. We lost our third chomp. I guess if you're still inside the enemy hitbox post-chomp, you get your first stack much quicker. I think it missed. Oh, it might have missed. It looked like it was hitting at around the same time, so I'm not entirely sure if it just missed or not. In my experience, you'd never really get more than 2. But maybe it's just because Guoba application lol W and Mualani reliability lol W are both lol W. Tell me I have a fucking waypoint. Okay, it's my last one. I'll have to go make more. Oh, I'm pretty sure it's already Jover. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, no, okay. We didn't immediately get our first stack on the Guoba stuff. Or on the E. Oh, we might get it here? We got it! We got the first stack immediately and we were still inside the hitbox post E. Or post first jump, so we got the first stack much quicker. So it's possible, but really unreliable. And it's only gonna work against enemies with big hitboxes. Actually, there is something I wanted to check. Because something I noticed when I was playing yesterday against the, like, ball, is that when I was jumping before chomping on Mualani, it looked like it was knocking me back after the chomp less. So I wonder if you could make it more reliable by doing that. Oops, that's not Mualani. Oops. Never mind. We still got it, though. Oh my god. Alright. Maybe it's a bit more reliable than I gave it credit for. I don't know. Oh well. In practice, most enemies aren't just stationary losers that don't hit you, though, so... Yeah. Yeah, there's also the fact that my ping is at fucking 20. Can booking affect anything here? No, it won't. The main things that booking affect are... particle generation, right? Because particles are pretty much the only thing that doesn't get paused. Like, it doesn't get frozen when you pause the game. And swap cooldown. Right? But swap delay from ping isn't something you can book. Right? It's just the fact, like, when you can't swap after the first swap, right? This, like, cooldown that goes onto your characters after each swap. That's something you can't, or that's something you can book, right? If I swap and immediately go this, I can then... Oops. But yeah. So the cooldown disappears, right? It's at 0.6, but now it's gone. Anyways. Yeah, so this is a Mualani rotation that uses Xiangling E as your source of application by itself for Mualani's vapes. It's also a rotation that doesn't work in AoE. Anyways, so it's kind of a scam rotation, you know? There's also the fact that we're using Petra Xiangling, which is another thing that I consider to be scam. Right? Like... picking up the Petra Crystal on Xilonen isn't perfectly reliable. But it's not too bad. But avoiding the crystal is very unreliable, right? Because, like, about half the time, the crystal just spawns inside your hitbox because it goes in a random direction. But Xianyun goes forward when she uses her skill, which means that if it goes in the same direction as you, I guess it's less than half the time, but still. If it goes in the same direction as you just pick it up accidentally. Now, with Xianyun, you can do Petra Xianyun because if you don't pick it up, like, automatically, because Xianyun stays on field to N2 after her E, you get to see where the crystal is before you have to swap out. So you can just dash into it after the N2. Well, assuming it doesn't spawn inside a hitbox like that. But you get the point, right? You can just dash into it after the N2. But the fact that it can spawn where you are means that if you use Petra on a different character that isn't Geo, sometimes you just will not be able to get the crystal. You have to intentionally not pick it up, which sometimes just it will be too difficult to do. So Petra on the non-Geo characters with Xianyun, in my eyes, is scam. Anyways, there's a few other things that can be scam, right? For example, here, right? This assumes that Mualani's burst hits almost instantly. That's not reliable at all. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't, and the difference when it doesn't happen is pretty big, actually. I just remove this. Does it change anything, or do I have to actually specify? I have to actually specify the travel time. Huh. Fuck. Have to reopen it. Yeah, as you can see, right? Just the burst deciding, or getting slightly unlucky with the burst taking a bit longer to hit, makes the team DPS go down by an incredibly noticeable almost 8k. Almost 10% less DPS just because of that. First travel is in frames, I think so, yeah. Because Mualani only has anywhere between 3 and 7 hits per burst, right? Well, 4 and 7, I guess. Because there's 3 chomps, and then potentially another 3 chomps. This one is 5. Well, 6, including the burst. Because the idea behind this one is they're using the burst after the second chomp instead of after the third chomp to make it hit before VV runs out. Right? If you look at both of these, right, this is the default one, and you look at the sample, you look at how much damage the burst is doing. What's the burst called? Boom Sharka Lanka. Okay. In this one, burst hits for 378k. In this one, 444k. could be more. This might be because the first burst... Yeah, so each burst hits for 378k. For this one, it's 444. The next one, it'll probably hit for more, though. Yeah, 495. Because there's one... This rotation uses the first burst a little bit faster. So... the first burst has one less stack of Mualani's Ascension passive. That makes her do more damage on the burst when you proc Night Soul Burst. Because you proc one less Night Soul Burst before your first burst. And this thing. Oh, we could charge stack, not vaping, Yelan, arrows, because both have instantaneous hit mark as a reverse scam. It makes the team look worse than it is compared to Farina. Oh, is that how it works? Is that how they implemented it in the sim? That's really funny. That is really funny. Are you sure that's how it works? It might only be on some rotations, though. It might only be on the ones where you start without an aura. But, oh well. Oh well. Do we have an event we need to do? Oh, there's Leyline Overflow. We can do that now. Spend our resin. Get ourselves some books that we're gonna need to level Veresa and Yansan. How fucked am I on Mora? I don't think I'm that fucked, because... it's not the end of the world if I leave Veresa at level 80 out of 90. Because she's an attack scaler that doesn't really care about reactions. So I get to save a bunch of money there. And then for Yansan, you only need to level one of her abilities, which saves so much Mora. Right, each ability is like 1.5 mil Mora. I have 5 mil Mora. Oh. That's still kind of expensive, actually. I don't know if 5 mil will be enough. I might need more. Wait, let's actually use the fucking building thing on Amber. I never use this. So... if I want to get her... okay, so getting her fully built is 7 mil. But I don't care about getting her fully built. We can get this to 90. We can get this to 9, this to 9, and this to, like, 6. That's 3 mil Mora. Getting her to 90 is 4 mil Mora. So expensive. I don't really need to. What about... because I don't think I'm going to crown her. And then Yansan needs level, but we don't actually need anything other than the burst. That's also... yeah, I don't have enough. I need like 7 mil, basically, and I have 5. So I need an additional 2 mil. Can I get that without doing ley lines from events and exploration? Honestly, yeah, I can. But will I get that before the patch? I don't know about that. What about books? I do not have anywhere near enough. Okay. Cool. Do you have sigils? That's a good question. I don't think I have that many sigils, but I might have a few. Nah. I have a little bit of this. Where the fuck is this from? Oh, Chenyu Veil, right. I don't really have any sigils other than this, but I guess this is a bit of Mora. I can go exchange that at least. Nielama Omega C2D, we're supposed to vape the first charge of that? Yes. Yes, you are. balls. Thank you for the 21 months, Zarakin. Huge. Huge and massive. Teapot, Mora, and books. I can get that. That's true. That's true. For sure. Why is chat so big? Is it bigger than usual? My bad. I made it smaller when I played Belantro because I had to move it somewhere else because it was in the way. And I guess I had not put it back to the right size. In Malika C1D, what am I supposed to vape? The wrong things, pretty much. You're gonna vape your first C1, then your second dash. Then I'm not sure exactly when the hit timer happens. So I'm not sure what the next vape hit is. But you're gonna alternate between the two, basically. The Sims always just vape the charge? You're telling me there's a C1D Sim that vapes only charge attacks? Because there shouldn't be. If there is, there's a problem with Malika's implementation. Because if you C1, it's C1D N1? Oh. Okay, that's different. That's different. That's not the same thing. That's what I said. No. I asked if there was a C1D Sim that vaped every charge, or that only vaped charge attacks, and he said yes. But you probably just misunderstood the question. Because you weren't here earlier when someone said that GC Sim Scam said that the best rotation was just C1D. You're talking about this? Yeah, that's not C1D. That's C1D N1. Exactly. Okay. I'm actually kind of curious how the sample goes for this, though. Do they actually vape 6 charge attacks before the burst runs out? Because it's a combo I have not been able to do in practice. I tried it, and I wasn't able to. I tried C1D N1. But I wasn't able to get 6. So... Flame Strider charged attack. Cyclic open bracket. So we get 1 for 146k. 1 for 46k? What? That's... What? Vaporize. Oh, it didn't crit. I see. I'm an idiot. So 1 and. Where does it say whether or not the Maoika burst buff is active? Or do I just have to look at the damage? Yeah, oh well. Nice. First one, vapes. Yeah, second one, vape. I mean, we know they vape, but... Okay. That's 4. Wait, is that 4? Okay, so wait, the first one happens at 9. Second one at 10. Third one at 11. 11.5. Fourth one at pretty much at 13. And fifth one at 14. And the sixth one. So they are getting 6 before the buff falls off. Wait. Yeah, okay. And... Wait. Charge attack, yeah. When exactly does it fall off? Maoika Burst expires at 15.7, and the last hit happens at 15.4. So you have 0.3 seconds of wiggle room. I wonder if these are frame perfect. 0.3 seconds might be enough for it to be doable in practice. I guess we can go test it. I think it's fucking sus. But we can go try it. No. How many did we get there? Was that even 5? Because the last hit wasn't buffed anymore. And I think I only got 6 hits. But I'm not sure, I guess. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. The 5th hit wasn't even buffed. Bro, how fucking frame perfect is this shit? I guess they're just assuming that the charge attack hit happens like instantly on charge attack input. And then they're immediately dash canceling it. Which I feel is just not something that actually happens. Fuck. Dude, it's like 1000% scam. Like, in practice, in my experience, you actually get more from C2D than C1D N1. But in GC Sim, you get more with C1D N1 because they're assuming you cancel so fucking early after the start of the charge attack. In my sim and sample, the dash 6 frame after CA hit. What do you mean after CA hit? You're supposed to dash instantly after CA hit. Like, that's normal. That's what you're supposed to do. It's the fact that the CA hit, I think, I'm guessing, in the sim is happening faster than it happens in practice. C2D isn't working. Do you have a link to a sim where it's not working properly? Dash does damage 6 frames after CA does damage. Again, that's not actually unrealistic. That's not the issue I have with it at all. Because you are supposed to dash as soon as the charge attack does damage. It's just the charge attack doesn't do damage as soon as you do the input. You don't input that fast? Well, you can, because you're not... It's not a reaction time thing, right? You're not paying attention to when the hit happens and then when it happens you get reaction delay and you have to dash. It's a specific combo that's repeatable. So with practice, you could get it within 6 frames, reliably. But not with C1. I think with 6 frames, it's very doable with C2. Because the amount of time between the C1 and the C2 hit is pretty consistent. But the amount of time between charge attack input and C1 hit is not. So I think that dashing instantly after the first charge attack, after the second charge attack hit, is something that you can do. But after the first one is not. You'll end up missing some of your charge attack first hits if the enemy's like slightly more to the right, because you're not gonna get the hit before your dash. But like if you look at like how much delay there is between the charge attack hit and the dash after N2, oops. Yeah, like you can see they're happening pretty much exactly at the same time, right? Like you can see it's happening really fucking quickly. Even it's something I can do pretty well even while talking when it's C2. But when it's C1, no fucking shot. Because with C2, and we're talking about 2 charge attacks, not Constellation 2. With C2, you can base your timing of when to dash off of it being 1 charge attack cycle later than when you see the number for the C1. Right? And that's pretty easy to do. I actually think it's generally going to be less than 6 frames. Like, you could see what I was doing. You have fucking eyes. It was less than 6 frames. They were literally appearing on the same frame for like 2 or 3 of them, of the 5 I did. But that's not gonna happen with C1D N1. The thing is, even if you're frame perfect with C2, you don't get 6, so it's not really something that matters that much. It's basically, if you do it perfectly, you'll get one more unvaped charge attack hit. But you won't get one more vape. You what I assume is 4 C2Ds, and then one more C that has the buff. But I assume the buff falls off before the second charge attack on the 5th charge attack cycle. Navidad Plunge. Bro, I'm actually excited for Ian-san to make Navidad Plunge even better. Can't wait. You're gonna do a Wriothesley Ask Zajef? I'm not sure. You backtrack half of the claims that you made during the post-release? What claim? I don't think I backtracked any of my claims, but maybe I'm misremembering. It really feels good in Dendro Fridge and shit. I mean, did I not talk about the Farina Xianyun team in the Ask Zajef? Or not in the post release? If I didn't talk about it, then you're right. That's on me. Farina wasn't out? Did Farina come out after him? There's no post-release? Oh. Yes? Oh! Then it doesn't matter. All the good Wriothesley teams that are not Dendro use units that came out after him. Like, the teams that people consider good for Wriothesley are... We're gonna use Farina as a placeholder, right? Melt teams with Xilonen. This shit feels like complete garbage with an animal unit instead, or with anything else here. With Farina, with Mawika, is there a single Wriothesley sim that is higher than Hyperfridge that uses only units that came out before he did? Okay, we can skip past the whale stuff. Okay. So, Xilonen, Farina, Hyperfridge. So no, there isn't. And on top of that, the Hyperfridge team is really comfortable. Jason kind of rolled you over with his video on Wriothesley and said he's remarkably good. I mean, I don't know about that one. but okay. But like, my opinion on Wriothesley has warmed up with time because units have been released that work well with him after his release. Not because I really changed my mind on him. Like, I have been outright wrong about things in the past. Don't get me wrong. But I think it's important to differentiate between times when I've been wrong and times when my opinion has changed, not because I acknowledge that I was wrong before, but because the circumstances changed. Like, for example, in very early Genshin, on Hutao's release, I didn't think she was much better than Diluc. Because I was a fucking idiot. I didn't have a built Diluc, and I kind of just went off of what other people said about him. And that was a dumb thing to do. That was stupid as fuck. I was very wrong about that. Alternatively, I have had bad takes in the past that are now actually real, but not because I was a visionary, but because the circumstances changed. So for example, Petra Child. Back on Child's release, I didn't understand the game well enough to realize that Child just didn't really have the damage to carry a team on his back. And if you were just looking at Child personal damage, if you had a Geo unit in the team, Petra was his best set. And that's true, but also, that's scuffed. You know, like that, you shouldn't do that because those teams suck to begin with. Nowadays, Child's best team is arguably the one with Neuvillette, and Xilonen on Cinder City means that Child's best set probably is Petra. But it's not because I was ahead of my time. It just turned out that way. You know? He also once said Wriothesley needs a shield more than Neuvillette because he's a melee character. I mean, I still don't think Neuvillette needs a shield. Neuvillette is such a brain-dead character that having a shield with him... Or, okay. Neuvillette is such a broken character that you can kind of just do whatever you want on his teams and you'll clear, which means that you don't really get punished for bringing a shielder. On top of that, his last slot in his teams tends to be relatively uncontested. There's no character that's that great once you have Farina plus a Shredder. The reason why shields are very popular with Neuvillette isn't because he's that reliant on them. It's because there just isn't a unit that's that great to use instead of the shields. People use Kazuha Xilonen, but the reality is it's not even that much better than Kazuha Zhongli in terms of damage. Wriothesley, on the other hand, is a character that I think is a bit more reliant on his shield for his stuff because he's got stamina heavy combos. So having to dash is a massive deal for his optimal combos. However, he isn't strong enough to be able to run suboptimal teams and still have comfortable clears. The reason why people don't tend to run shielders on Wriothesley teams that much isn't because he doesn't like the shields, it's because he's not good enough to be able to afford running defensive utility units instead of strong offensive supports. I don't think that the statement that Wriothesley is more reliant on shields than Nevillet is inherently wrong, but it might be a bit deceptive, I guess. I don't know if I'd stand by that all that much. But that's I'm just giving you the reasoning for why I said that in the past. Did your opinion on Emilie change since her release? I don't... What did I think about Emilie on her release? I'm not sure. I can tell you what I think about her now, but I don't know if that's changed. Would Scaramouche be similar? Yeah. Wander is a very, very similar case to Wriothesley. I'd say that it's a bigger deal for him, actually. Wanderer feels much worse than Wriothesley without a shielder, but he's also a worse unit, so he's even more reliant on being played with offensive units in order to be able to clear content. Ifo will be a Wanderer buff. True. I mean, I think that would be cool. Emilie and Chiori are the biggest disappointments in 4.x. I don't know, man. I think Emilie existing is probably nice long term because she, even though there's no teams where she's that great outside of Kaniche right now, and even on Kaniche teams she's not that great. I still think her existence can be a supporting factor for like incentives to run burning load teams, right? If you have a character that has really good synergy with some of the pyro characters, but also good application, whether they're a Dendro or an Electro character, that would benefit a lot from quicken uptime, then you could end up doing burning load teams with Emilie. And Emilie would be really good in there, right? So the fact that she exists can open up some more design space in the future. But right now, yeah, she's kind of whatever for sure. In Burning Load, Emilie is double cooked because she needs almost a second for her A4 to register and do damage. Yeah, but if your Electro application is slow, that doesn't matter. The problem then becomes, with slow Electro application, how do you maintain quicken uptime? And the answer to that is 3U Electro. Slow 3U Electro. On a support. You'd end up being able to maintain good burning uptime and good quicken uptime with something like that. Like a 3U Electro hit every 2 seconds. Because 3U Electro is enough to trigger overload, but still have enough Electro left over to also trigger quicken. fair. I think that's... But anyways, and that's the sort of stuff that could, like, make Emilie a much more interesting character, for sure. Anyways. My statement is more related to the concept of off-field units that just does damage being unwanted in modern days. Yeah, that's fair. That's completely fair. Mew and Mawika. I got Wriothesley's weapon trying to get Farina. Should I lose my guarantee to get him now? You should never get a character just because you got their signature. Think of it this way, okay? We go take a look at the Wriothesley sims. Let's take a look at the... Oh, this is scuffed. This isn't a real team. Petra Xianyun is fake as fuck. You can talk about Fate Melt Wriothesley with Farina, sure. Sure. But I guess maybe that's... Do they have Melt Wriothesley without Petra Xianyun somewhere? I don't think they do. I'll just fucking go to this sim and remove the Petra. Fucking TOM Xianyun instead. $76 instead of 83. Man, that's a big difference. Anyways, whatever. Scroll, it should be one of the 50k ones. Yeah, but that means it's probably not a min-max team. If it's at 50k. Woba gives okay uptime on TOM. Yeah, it does. But the TOM buff is a lot smaller than the Petra buff, especially on a character like Wriothesley, who gets a lot of attack buffs, but not that much damage percent. Anyways, 76k. What about his signature? What's it called? No, I'm an idiot. I went... No, okay, no. Right. Signature... What is it? What do they call it in here? Just cash flow. Okay. Cash flow, refine 1. What? This is a... Oh, never mind. I understand. This was a 1 rotation with Widsith. But also the crit ratio is probably fucked now. Yeah. Okay. You were right, Jamie. I was just an idiot. Wriothesley, Shilonen, Bennett, Xianyun, and... Wait, I'm actually really curious. Okay, this is an actual full. 59.3. Is it better with TOM on Xianyun? We need to add ER probably though, if we do that, because it's probably relying on the 2-piece. How do I account for more ER? I guess I'll just... $20 ER. Maybe we lose 10 crit-ish? Sure, whatever. 58k? How much was the last one? 59k. So it is worse. Okay. Oh well, still. I guess, though, this is probably QE instead of EQ on Xianyun, right? What if you reverse that? So she can get her own attack buff. We are running into energy issues. No! Okay, never mind. Let's just work off of this, then. We look at R5 Widsith. Widsith, R5. It's at 61k. Cash flow, R1. With... How much crit does cash flow give? It's 22, right? So... let's just do crit damage. Circlet instead. It won't be exactly 1-to-1. Are we overcapped on crit? No. But we're not at a 1-to-2. So maybe we go 10% more crit rate. 20% less crit damage. Does that overcap us? No. 67k instead of 61k. It's like a 10% DPS increase with this rotation. You could change the rotation. This is KQM standard. Yeah, pretty much. More or less 10 point something percent of an upgrade. But like, this is still significantly worse than the good carries, right? How much worse is his Hyperbloom team? Hyperloom team on Widsith. That's 62k. No, that's not on Widsith. That's on Cash or Flowing Purity. With cash flow, let's do... we get 20% more crit. Let's do 10% less crit in substats. And 20% more crit damage. So we stay relatively close to 1-to-2. So it's like 2% worse. Wait, Jamie, are you telling me that you don't use Fav Lens in practice in teams like this? Concerned? Chiluna already has Fav, but that's not really enough. Especially with Guoba particles being kind of unreliable against mobile enemies. What do you use instead of Fav? If you're using Golfing, I get it. But like, basically always use a catch there. I don't know. If we just change it, what sort of issues do we run into? Then at ER requirements. So let's give him more ER. 40% more ER. At the cost of like 60 crit damage. Still can end up struggling. And Xiangling also has ER problems. Let's give her 30% more ER at the cost of 20% crit damage. Or crit rate, sorry. Or no, 10% crit rate for 30 ER. That kind of makes sense. Maybe it's a little too generous. This is definitely not KQM standard, but whatever. But yeah, you kind of fix the energy issues with that, but it's the same amount of damage. Because your ER requirements on Xiangling went up so much. Oh, catches R3. You're right. It might be slightly better. True. Got like less than 1% better. But that's one less fav weapons for quality of life when you kill enemies before your rotation is over. To get particles at the start of the next chamber. Which to me is not worth it. 1% more damage? Not fucking worth it. I'm not a fan at all of using catch instead of fav in a team like this. I think it's... You'll get faster speedrun times. But most people aren't speedrunning. And if you're not speedrunning with, like, enough attempts to get a feeling for exactly how much damage you need to kill the enemy and adjusting your rotation so that damage threshold happens at the end of your rotation rather than in the middle. If you're not doing that, next chamber start is a massive pain in the ass without fav. And so I think that outside of speedrunning, fav is also much better in practice than catch in a team like this. But you do care more about speedrunning, so it makes sense you'd like catch more to me. That's fair, Jamie. Although, when it comes to Xiangling specifically, I think she gets enough hits to proc fav reliably even at low refine. But on characters like Xilonen, I guess that's fair. Well, even on Xilonen, it's not that bad. Characters like Mika, I guess, sure. Mika, lol W. Zhongli, to some extent. Zhongli does get 2 hits. Yunjin on fav? Yeah, aware. We don't talk about that one. We don't talk about that one, okay? Anyways, all this Wriothesley stuff started from the chatter that brought up the comments on my banner video. And I probably should make an Zajef Wriothesley, but I feel like it's gonna... I feel like it's too late. 5 days. But maybe I should do it anyways. Yeah, because I didn't do a post-release on Wriothesley, huh? People who want him already pulled, people who don't probably can't be convinced. Yeah! That's the reason why I feel like I kind of don't wanna. But it would also be nice to have my condensed thoughts on Wriothesley's current meta value out there somewhere. And because I didn't do a post-release, yeah. Do a post-release now? True. No, I don't know. Alright, fuck it. Let's do a Wriothesley Zajef. When Maoika gets added to GC Sim, it's going to destroy people who care about the Sims, because even though she's strong, she's perfectly optimized for optimizing Sims, so it's going to be so skewed, every conclusion is just going to be play Maoika. Yeah, that's actually true. That's actually very true. Alright, let me go make a community post. But yeah, Jimmy, yeah, that's true, people go. She's already in the save, just not on the database yet. Alright. Hello, beautiful people. I am doing a Wriothesley Ask Zajef. It's going to end up being much later than I initially wanted, because I couldn't find the motivation to make a video on him. But someone pointed out to me that he's one of the characters I didn't do a post-release analysis on. So it's probably a good idea to get a video about him out there, even if most people have already made up their minds about whether or not they'll pull on his banner. If you have any specific questions you want to ask about him, you can come ask them on stream. Link in the replies. Okay, does any Wriothesley haver want to lend me their account so I can show what I want to show while I'm answering questions? What video are you working on, Jamie? C1R1? Okay, you can send me a DM then. Ready. Because I can show all the C0 stuff without, even if I have C1, but I can't show the C1 stuff unless I have C0. Or, words are hard. I can't show the C1 stuff without the C1. So it's probably better to have a C1 account to show this stuff. Was thinking of making a Xianyun post-release. Was I right or wrong about her? Let's see. What was your take on Xianyun release again? It was mostly negative, right? Shenhe is underwhelming. Yeah. Didn't think she was worth outside of Xiao, Gumming, or Diluc. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you, Jamie. Okay. I think including Diluc with Xiao and Gumming is a massive sneak. Because Diluc isn't even that much better than Yunjin in the Xianyun teams. Okay? I think it's an omega massive sneak. My videos for the mains of those characters, not meta player. The point I'm making is like, if you include Diluc, you kind of need to also include literally every other character in the game. Maybe not every, but like, Pyro Plunge with C6 Bennett is the best team for most of the bad melee characters, not just Diluc. So like, I personally don't really see the reason to include Diluc, but not characters like Femine, for example. I guess just because he's more popular. Alright, the 2FA has been sent. One of my day one thoughts was that other mains wouldn't play Plunge long term except for Diluc, but why? Why would Femine mains, for example, not play Plunge long term? Like, Femine is within 5% of Diluc in his Pyro Plunge teams. And his Power Plunge teams are a lot better than his other teams. So is it literally just because Diluc's red? The answer to that is yeah, actually. But I think that's something that's worth pointing out. Like, there's this perception of Xianyun as a, like, Diluc support, but really, she's not a Diluc support. She's a generic melee character support. And it's Diluc's best team, just like it's a lot of other melee characters' best teams. But I don't think Diluc is a character that should necessarily be mentioned separately from them. Or with Gaming and Xiao. Other characters have more options, whereas Diluc mains would stick it out. Is that even true, though? Oh. I don't want to watch that right now, but what do you mean, situation on Farina? What situation on Farina? Is this about the fucking tweet? No, it's not. Some dude got divorced because he wailed, I see. Fake Reddit post. Oh. Well, I mean, okay. Nice. But like, what's the reason why Diluc mains would stick it out, but Freminet mains wouldn't? Is it because Freminet's non-plunge teams are better than Diluc's non-plunge teams? No. Is it because Diluc's plunge teams are noticeably better than Freminet's plunge teams? No. So what is the reason? The reason is Diluc is a shiny 5-star character, and Freminet isn't. That's pretty much it. Plunge is only popular with Xiao, Gaming, and Diluc. Yeah, but the only reason it's popular with Diluc is because Diluc is a standard 5-star character. So people get it, and they're like, well, he's a 5-star character, so I have to play him. But, like, the optimal rotations for Diluc's plunge teams don't really use his normal attack, his skill, or his burst. Like, you kind of do weave in some skills just for the energy, because otherwise you're kind of cooked, but, like, that's it. If you have C6 Bennett. Yeah, but if you don't have C6 Bennett, the plunge teams are dog shit. Because Diluc's burst is a fucking animation length movie. Freminet has worse stats and harder to build. Like I said, it's about 5% difference. It's really not a big difference. And yeah, his base stats are worse, but Crowd Resonance is better than Pyro Resonance.
물은 아주 다양한 맛이 있습니다. 몬드의 물은 청량하고 리월의 물은 뒷맛이
And
이나즈마의 물은 깊고 그윽한
I'm actually curious if you can use Freminet's E to get one more plunge. You might be able to. Because usually, in the Diluc plunge teams, you have to wait. Because Citlali's op is once every 2 seconds after the first 3 ops. With Farina, yeah, but we don't look at that. Okay, the Farina one doesn't matter. We're talking about Citlali right now. But yeah, because with Farina, you can weave in Diluc E's without it punishing you. So his energy generation matters. And with Farina, you don't get Crowd Resonance from Freminet. Whereas you do with Citlali. So there's, like, yeah. But yeah, I actually don't know. Can you get one more melt? I kind of want to go test it right now. But my ferment is level 20, so if I test it here, I'm gonna die. Oh no. Wait, that's not my account. Right, I forgot. Do you have a leveled ferment? Do you have Xianyun? No Xianyun. Okay. Oh, that's fine. We can remind me when I'm done with this, okay? Because, like, in the Diluc version, right, you do your first 3 plunges, but after that you have to wait. Because your jump plunge animation is, like, about 1 second, but Citlali's app is once every 2 seconds. I wonder if, with Fremine, you can use his E once to get an additional plunge between your, like, 4th and 5th plunge or something. I think you might be able to. So Fremine might actually be better than Diluc with Xianyun. I think it's very possible that he is. Because if you get one more plunge, it's outright just better. But I'm not sure. Because the skill animation plus jump plunge might be over 2 seconds. And if it is, then you won't be able to do it. Do you even have Fremine? You do. Let me just check how early you can jump cancel his skill. It might be doable. Don't worry, Xiao. We'll talk about Wriothesley soon, okay? We got distracted. It is what it is. It happens. We don't have Shenhe. Do we have Citlali? No. We can show it with Rosaria against the Plunge boss as long as we have C6 Bennett. Do we have C6 Bennett? Yes. Okay. So let's take a look. Remine. Let's use Zhongli just for the shield. Bennett. Rosaria. Rosaria doesn't have burst. That's annoying. We get a Fav. Do you not have any? Oh, there it is. Okay. So oh, I'm gonna wait then. Oh, did I just get hit by it? I did. No. It might just be because I was too slow. It is doable. Something went wrong, though. I think. Wait, what went wrong? I'm confused. The pillar took the aura, but it's not supposed to take the aura. Because it doesn't apply to you. How did it take the aura? Oh, we broke the thing. But okay, so it's definitely doable. You can get one more. Right, like you probably do. Right, from Xiao, swap into Firmine. Plunge, 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 E-plunge, plunge. And then you start waiting between your plunges. But you will end up getting one more plunge. Okay! Wriothesley. Ask Zajef. Wow. Is it enough to make it better than C1 plus Diluc? It's probably about as good. Oh well. Wait, actually. The best set in a team like this is Crimson Witch. So the fact that you can use your E is kind of a big deal. There's a GC sim that does this, by the way. Xiao's not on the sim yet, so it's probably not a good one. Yeah, you also get energy for Xiao, that is true. Yeah, there's one with Rosaria. Wow. That is... That is by far his best team. Even with Rosaria. That's crazy. So in the sim, they have it at 75k. With Rosaria. But since Rosaria's personal damage in this team is going to be pretty similar to what Xiao will, right? How much crit is she giving with her buff? Rosaria, 12. If we remove the 12% crit from Rosaria, so let's remove 6% crit and 12% crit damage to keep our crit ratio 1-to-1, or 1-to-2, sorry. 54. We add 28 pyro damage from the fact that Xiao has, or can proc the Cinder City Natlan effect. So it's 74 here. We add 48% attack. This goes to 57 from TTDS. And we add the res shred. So we reduce the enemy base resistance from 0.1 to minus 0.1. That's almost 100k. To be fair, this is only the TTS rotation. This is a 20-second rotation. So every rotation is a TTDS rotation. I don't think you want to use VV Xianyun in a team like this, because if Bennett Burst expires, you also lose your melt, not just your Bennett attack buff. So I think you need to go Xianyun before Bennett, and swapping back to Xianyun to proc VV is probably not worth it. That's funny. Is there a Diluc rotation with Rosaria? Doesn't seem like there is, no. Okay. Why is it so close to gumming? Oh no! Oh no! That's bad! Oh no! This is not all that well min-maxed though. 6 melted plunges. Yeah. I don't think these rotations are min-maxed at all for this one. And whereas this one is like frame perfect. It's not frame perfect. You have 8 frames of wiggle room. 8 frames is... I think 8 frames is enough for it to be... reliable. .13 seconds? Yeah. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Anyways. Goodbye from Renee. It's time to start recording for Wriothesley. I actually really like Wriothesley's English VA, so I'll turn the language back to English. Everyone say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome! Hi! To an Ask Zajef Wriothesley edition. Now, this video is being recorded towards the end of the Wriothesley banner. I initially wanted to record it early, but then I was too lazy. Okay, there's no reasonable explanation for it. I was just lazy. All right, that's entirely on me. Anyways, and then after like a week after the banner was out, I started thinking, well, most people who wanted to go for him probably already went for him, so what's the point of making the Ask Zajef anymore? However, a nice, kind, and intelligent chatter in my Twitch chat pointed out that I didn't record a post-release for him, which means that there is no video on my channel that actually properly talks about Wriothesley outside of the post-release or the pre-release stuff and the first impressions. And when I realized that, I figured that it was probably a good idea to record the Ask Zajef, even if it's late, just as a resource that people can look at. I know sometimes people look at the old Ask Zajefs whenever there's a new rerun, because they don't want to wait for the new one. And so let's talk about it. As usual for the Ask Zajef videos, I'm going to start by talking a bit about just his overall place in the meta, how good he is, what's changed since his release. And then I'll follow that up by taking specific questions from chat. If you want to participate in the Ask Zajefs, I always try to make a community post on YouTube when I start recording, usually a bit before I start recording. So you can click the bell, subscribe, all that, to try to keep an eye on that. Or you can come follow me on Twitch, at twitch.tv/Zajef77. With all that said, let's just get right into the meat and potatoes of this video. So, how good is Wriothesley? And man, is he a character of all time? I already talked about him a little bit in the banner review, and I saw a few of the nice and reasonable comments under that video, and I figured that I needed to clarify a few things. We'll talk about his C1 later on, but the first thing I want to talk about is his teams. Wriothesley is a character who has a lot of different teams. When you look at his good teams, a lot of them use units that were released after him. What that means is that if all the opinions from me you've seen about Wriothesley are things that are on the YouTube channel, then it's things about him that are based off of his teams that don't have Farina, his teams that don't have Xiao, stuff like that. And when you look at those teams, his best team is Hyperfridge. If you look at teams that don't use units that were released after him, his best team is just outright Hyperfridge. Is his best team still Hyperfridge? I would say no. But it is still one of his better teams. But we'll talk more about all his different teams later on. I just wanted to clarify that because I think there's a lot of people that have a somewhat skewed perception of what I think about Wriothesley and how I value Wriothesley in general. Because, well, on the YouTube channel, there's only content, there's only videos that were made about him before Farina came out. And so, how did the release of Farina, and later on other units that work in his teams, affect him? Well, it helped. But Wriothesley is a character who was pretty average on his release. And we have had some pretty blatant power creep lately. And while the units that were released after him, some of them work with him, the benefits he got from new teammates are less than the improvements to meta teams through this recent trend of power creep. And so because of that, it's a bit difficult for me to make up my mind about whether Wriothesley is better now than he was on release. Because in some ways he is, and in some ways he isn't. Right? If you're just looking at damage and how much damage you do, objectively, because he got teams that are better than the ones that he had available to him on release, he is better. But if you include the context of Abyss difficulty going up and other characters being released that are significantly stronger than he is, I don't know if you could really make that statement definitively anymore. Anyways, let's talk about all of the teams that he got with units that were released after him. If you look at, or I guess first we can talk about his teams with units that were released before him, right? And the sort of things that, or the sort of directions you can go when it comes to team building him based on his kit design. So, and here's where the fucking Wriothesley kit design complaining is gonna happen. Okay? You knew it was gonna happen at some point in this video. I'm warning you, if you love Wriothesley and you don't want to hear someone say negative things about the way his kit was designed, you can skip forward a little. Because I'm gonna complain for a bit. So, Wriothesley is a normal attack focused character. He's a catalyst, so he always hits with cryo. His charge attack costs 50 stamina. Hits harder than his normal attacks do. About as hard as the largest hits of his normal attacks when you're inside his skill. A little bit less, but not that much. And doesn't have ICD. His skill, right, it buffs his normal attacks. And while he's in his skill, he consumes his own HP. If he doesn't have enough HP to consume, right, which only happens above 50%, then his normal attacks do not get buffed. Does that mean that he just consumes HP and that's it? No. His Ascension 1 passive, when Wriothesley's HP is less than 60%, he will obtain a Gracious Rebuke. The next charge attack of his normal attack will be enhanced. It will not consume stamina, will deal more damage, and restore HP. What that means is that his default solo gameplay loop is consume your own HP with normal attacks, and then restore that HP with a charge attack. So, why is there a problem here? Design-wise. Well, you can gain a Gracious Rebuke this way once every 5 seconds. But in 5 seconds of normal attacking, you consume more than 30% of his HP. Which means, over an extended fight, you will end up at 50% HP and having normal attacks that don't give you, or that don't benefit from the enhanced normal attack buff. What that means is that solo Wriothesley is gonna have some issues. And the way that his teams can help you with that is through healing. However, if you do get healing, you won't be able to get below 60% HP anymore, which is a trigger condition for this. Which means that this effect in teams that have healers effectively almost never happens. It can happen from damage you take from getting hit by enemies, but it'll never happen against enemies that don't hit hard. And it won't be something you can rely on for his combos. In other words, this passive is kind of mostly non-existent in his base kit. And I think that's really sad. Having a passive like this that kind of just doesn't do anything is just... it's tragic. It's annoying. It's stupid. I hate it. His Constellation 1 basically makes that passive work. His Constellation 1 reduces the cooldown of the passive from 5 to 2.5 seconds. And in 2.5 seconds, you consume less than 30% of your HP. Which means that, even without changing your combos, this effectively enables you to play him without a healer. But even if you do play a healer, his C1 makes it so that you get the enhanced effect from that Ascension passive if you go through a full normal attack string after hitting the enemy with an N5. The reason why I really dislike this design-wise is because I think that if a character's passive is only really relevant when they have Constellation, it should just be on the fucking Constellation, not in the base kit. They gave him an Ascension passive that feels incomplete. At that point, just give him 10% attack here instead, and have this thing on the C1. You will get the effect from it sometimes, right? When you get hit against very aggressive enemies. But it just feels bad. Even if it's sometimes somewhat useful. It's kind of like if Diluc had a Constellation that made his charge attacks do 5 times more damage. Right? It would make it so that his passive that increases charge attack damage becomes kind of useful, but like, it would still be dumb. And when I talk about Wriothesley and his C1, and I talk about his C1 being bait, or his C1 being designed in a way that's like supposed to make you feel like you have to get it, it's less about what he gains from it in terms of actual improvements, and more in terms of how his kit is kind of incongruent. Is that how you say that word? I don't know. Whatever. English isn't my first language. Sue me, okay? His kit is kind of just incongruent at C0. There's a fucking... His Ascension 1 passive is like one really long nipple hair. That's pretty much what it is. Okay? Like, it sticks out, it's stupid, why is it there? Anyways, all of that being said, how does what we've talked about so far affect what teams you want to play him in? Well, he's a normal attack focused character, so he can have synergy with characters that have effects that proc on normal attacks or that buff normal attacks. He really wants a healer in his teams. He doesn't work all that well in teams that don't have healers. And his no ICD charge attack means that as long as you're not struggling for stamina, if you're against enemies that aren't too aggressive, he can gain a lot from being able to trigger melt reactions, right? His Ascension 4 passive gives him a little bit of attack. It doesn't really affect what sort of stuff he synergizes with all that much. But it's a nice little passive. And his burst is pretty bad. Let me take a look at some non-whale Wriothesley stuff. $65.69. $62. But we're creating some delays with this. Why? Uh, 65.65. $63.2. Just like a 3% difference, more or less. Anyways. Wriothesley's burst is pretty bad. It has a relatively long-ish animation with multipliers that are not that much better than just normal attacking. So its main use is having something to do if you need to stay on him longer than 10 seconds. When you look at Wriothesley calcs, and I guess also having a way to, like, deal more easily with a group of enemies, like a squishy first wave. Like the first waves we had with the Yumkasor Chamber 1 Abyss, where we had, like, 3 enemies into a boss in multiple chambers. Most optimized Wriothesley rotation don't run any ER on him and just use his burst when it's available. But there are some rotations where using his burst is actually a DPS loss. And even in the teams where it's not a DPS loss, if you do decide to not use it at all, it's a low single-digit amount or percent of damage lost. There's like about 3% less DPS at most. So his burst is... I mean, it pretty much just doesn't really affect the teams you're going to want to use him in whatsoever. It slightly helps teams that have longer cooldowns because it gives you something to do if you need to wait for those cooldowns, but that's it. Yeah, I guess you could say that a use of his burst is to help you get certain setups. If you need to like swirl cryo for VV or crystallize cryo for Cinder City on Chilonen. But yeah. True. Balls. What was I saying? Sorry, I got distracted. I got distracted by the balls. Right. I was talking about all this to lead into the sort of burst for setups, right? Because if you need to use like Bennett stuff before your animal unit or something, Bennett being 2 units of pyro means that Wriothesley normal attack is going to take a long ass time to remove it. So you could use a normal attack into a burst into another few normal attacks to end up with a cryo aura. Anyways. So, I was leading into how all of these aspects of his kit affect his team building. I guess the last thing we need to talk about is the actual numbers. Wriothesley's output is on the lower side compared to most recent carries. If you compare him to older carries, he's honestly about average, I'd say. He's not so good that focusing only on his damage will make great teams. But he does have enough damage that if you do focus only on his damage, it'll still be fine. The ways to improve his damage are obviously attack damage buffs, but also pyro units to enable him to melt. If you do have pyro units, EM buffs. Obviously crit buffs, all that stuff. He is one of the few characters that benefit from attack speed buffs. And that's more or less it. That being said, he has some utility outside of just damage as a carry, right? Having a way to heal himself if you get hit means that his survivability, if you have a healer, tends to be pretty decent, right? When you have a healer, usually the situations that will lead to you dying are either you get completely one-shot or you get hit like 2 or 3 times in a row. If you get one shot, Wriothesley isn't helping. If anything, he's hurting because he consumes his own HP. So you'll be a little bit less than full HP even with a healer, right? You'll get hit at like 95, 90, 85% health. But Bennett can go down to even like 65, 60 in between Bennett ticks. If you but if the situation that kills you is not a situation where you get one shot, if it's because you get hit like 2 or 3 times in a row by like 10k attacks that deal like 10k damage, or if you're dying because your healing ability just ran out, then Wriothesley can end up using his Ascension passive to help with his survivability. That's a nice little upside that he has. Another upside that he has is that he has pretty consistent, fairly decent on-field cryo application, which is something that can be used for something other than to increase his damage with Melt because of Freeze. Freeze is a very, very powerful reaction against enemies that can be frozen. And I think Freeze got a lot worse over the years because back in 1.0, at the release of Genshin, there were never any bosses in Abyss. Now, some enemies are still freeze immune even if they're not bosses. Like, for example, Cryo Abyss mages. I don't remember if Cryo Wallper Flowers are freeze immune. They might be, but I'm not sure. But most enemies were freezable, so most content was freezable. Eventually, they started adding bosses to Abyss, and with time, they just started adding more bosses to Abyss. Nowadays, you can usually expect at least one unfreezable boss on each side of the Abyss. And situations where there is a full set of 3 chambers in a row with one half that's freezable are very, very rare. We've actually had one recently, just last Abyss, with the 3 groups of 3 Eremites into a bunch of Halichurls and Metachurls into 2 waves of 2 Earth Guards. The Yumiglorp Glorp Abyss. But it's a pretty rare situation. That being said, Freeze is, against freezable enemies, incredibly powerful, right? I think it would be fair to say that Freeze probably is the reason why we have bosses in Abyss. Because in Abysses that don't have unfreezable enemies, Freeze is just too good. Nowadays, with power creep being what it's been, it's not so good to the point that it's broken, but it does mean that it limits their design options for future freeze-focused units, and it forces them to be in line with the power level of old freeze units. If you don't put bosses in Abyss. So I think it would be a very reasonable take to say that Freeze is probably the main reason why bosses are in Abyss. But all this to say, Freeze against freezable enemies is really, really good. But Freeze against unfreezable enemies doesn't do anything. On top of that, you have the Blizzard Sprayer artifact set, which gives you crit rate against enemies that are frozen or affected by cryo. But unfreezable enemies are never affected by frozen, and a Hydro application removes the cryo aura, which means that against unfreezable enemies, your Blizzard Sprayer will alternate between 0 and 20% crit instead of being at 40% the whole time. And when it's at 0, you also lose the 15% crit rate from cryo resonance. Now, assuming your builds are built, or assuming your builds are balanced around the crit rate you get from Blizzard Sprayer and the cryo resonance, right? If you have, let's say, 100% crit rate, 200% crit damage, crit rate, crit damage, crit multiplier. All of your hits are doing 200% more damage, so you do 3 times more damage. Against an unfreezable enemy, some of your hits will be against only cryo, so you lose 20% from Blizzard Sprayer, but that's it. But some of the hits will also happen against an enemy that has no aura. Those hits are going to lose an additional 20, so 60, and then another 15, so 45% crit. So you lose a third of your damage just from that. Up to a third of your damage just from that. Right? Which is a big deal. Right? Unfreezable enemies, not only, well, you don't have the benefits from freeze anymore, but you also don't have the benefits from all the things that synergize with freeze. And so those freeze teams are pretty bad in those sorts of situations. Does that mean that you don't have any freeze teams that can be properly used in content where there's like 2 freezable chambers but 1 unfreezable chamber? No. And this is why I consider Hyperfridge to be Wriothesley's best team on release and still one of his good teams. Because Hyperfridge, with something like this, Hyperfridge is a team where you have really good freeze uptime. It's not 100%, but it's not that far from it. But where Wriothesley is not the large majority of your team DPS. If you look at the damage distribution in a Hyperfridge team, skipped over it. Right? Wriothesley's doing a fifth to a quarter of the team DPS. Your main source of damage is your Electro unit. In a team like this, Wriothesley is being used because he's an on-fielder. Yeah, he's being used more as a driver than a carry. And if you look at the actual damage that these teams output, it's actually about as good as his other teams. At least the ones with units that were released before him. With the added advantage of having the comfort of freeze. Right? Having the comfort of freeze in a team that doesn't get completely demolished by unfreezable enemies. And while I don't think this is necessarily his best team anymore, I do think it is still his most comfortable team. And still the team that I would recommend for people that want to do casual Wriothesley gameplay. problem is, Wriothesley is not a character that is all that strong. And so, from a meta perspective, there's not that much of a reason to get him. Which means that most people that get him are people who just like him. But when you get a character because you like them, when it comes to on-fielders, most people prefer using them in teams where they are a proper carry instead of teams where they're more of a driver. And I think that's the main argument against Hyperfridge on Wriothesley, is people who have Wriothesley probably want him to be the one doing damage. If you got Wriothesley because you like his character, but you still want to get good and comfortable clears, I do still think this is honestly the go-to team. But if you went for Wriothesley because you like his gameplay, or because you like his character but you're willing and able to work well with his potential quality of life issues, then you probably won't want to play a team like this. Anyways, what units have been released since he came out that can actually work well in his teams? I think there's 4 main ones to talk about. This account that I'm borrowing right now doesn't seem to have Mawika, so we'll talk about her last. The other 3 are Farina, Emily, and Xilonen. They don't have Xilonen either. Okay. We'll use Kachina as a placeholder. Sure. So how did each of those characters affect his teams? Farina gives you a Hydro option in all of his teams that can slot in a Hydro unit. That has great synergy with him, right? Wriothesley, at a baseline, already wants to be played with a healer. So Farina will pretty much always have a healer to help stack fanfare on a Wriothesley team. Wriothesley is a character whose Hydro reactions are not ones that are dependent on fast Hydro application, right? In teams like this, the Hydro is either used for freeze, in which case you don't need particularly fast Hydro, and Farina's fast enough. For a mix of freeze and vape, in which case slower Hydro means that you have a bit higher of a portion of your damage that's melted. And when Wriothesley does get a melt, it does not break the Pyro aura, which means that the same Pyro can get you a melt on Wriothesley and a vape on Farina. And finally, Wriothesley's kit has access to no damage percent. Most of the good carries get some form of stat buffs through a passive or something like that. Wriothesley gets normal attack damage from his skill, but this is not damage percent. This is an outright multiplier to his base motion value. What that means is that it does not dilute future damage percent gains, right? If you look at a character like Xiao, he gets 95% damage from his burst. It makes it so that damage percent from additional sources, instead of taking you from the 160-ish or 60-ish damage percent you have at a baseline to whatever you gain. Right? If you gain 10% damage when you only have 60 to begin with, right? Because at a baseline, Goblet and a lot of sets have a 2Ps that gives 15%. So it's generally starting at 160. Or at 61%, right? You get 10% damage from that. That's a 6% damage increase. A character like Xiao, I think it's 95.2. Not sure. From that same 10% more damage, only gets a 3.8% increase. 3.89, whatever. So, the fact that Wriothesley's skill is an outright multiplier to his motion value rather than a damage percent gain means that he has much better synergy with damage percent buffs. Right? And he also has an attack buff on his Ascension passive. But he doesn't have a damage percent source other than his Ascension 1 passive, which we've already said is kind of not really all that significant at C0. What that means is that Wriothesley is one of the characters that doesn't really get bothered by Furina's downsides. Because his teams already run a healer pretty much no matter what. So the healer team restriction isn't a downside for him. And his teams don't rely on fast Hydro. So the relatively slow Hydro of Furina compared to units like Xingqiu or Yuan is also not a big deal. But on top of that, he also capitalizes on Furina's upsides. He benefits a lot more from damage percent than most carries do, right? Because at a baseline, he has no damage percent in his kit. And on top of that, his best artifact set, which is Maréchaussée, or sometimes Blizzard's Trader, I guess, gives him 15% damage only, no more. It's not a damage percent focused set. Alright, so the damage percent is very undiluted. And on top of that, he manipulates his own HP, which helps generate fanfare on Furina faster. And on top of that, if you play him with Bennett, sometimes you'll swap out of Wriothesley while you still have like about 80 or 75% HP left. And Furina's off-field HP consumption means that you might swap back into Wriothesley while you're below 60, which can activate his Ascension passive. All of this to say, he gets a lot of synergy with Furina. Does that mean Furina's necessarily part of his best team? Well, not really necessarily, but still. I just wanted to point out that that's why he works well with Furina. Next is Emilie. The main thing with Emilie is just if you want to play him in a melt team, your Pyro units, at least on Emilie's release we didn't have Mawika, so for now let's talk about Xiangling only. Or like Xiangling, or you would have to use a Pyro unit that applies Pyro much slower. If you didn't want to use Xiangling, like Toma, like Deya, whatever, right? If you're using Toma or Deya or whatever, because you want the defensive utility, they don't apply enough Pyro for Wriothesley to properly get all the melts he wants. However, Dendro units triggering Burning helps maintain Pyro auras and it allows Wriothesley to melt more of his damage. On top of that, if you're doing a team like this, even with a character like Xiangling, before Shilonen's release, we didn't have the greatest slots here outside of Farina, right? VV units were hard to make work well because getting a Cryo Swirl after Bennett buff was kind of not really gonna happen unless your setups were incredibly slow, because Wriothesley has no off-field cryo. But getting a VV before Bennett buff means that the VV's almost over by the time you swap to Wriothesley. And so it kind of disqualifies most of the VV options. Technically, you could do something like this using Kazuha as your all-field pyro, but that's fucking scuffed if you're not an AoE. And so most people ended up using something like this, right? And if this is something you're using, the offensive utility provided by Zhongli's artifact set options, either Petro or POM, plus his resistance shred, aren't really enough to compete with the damage that Emily can provide, which is why Emily is a reasonable option here. You can also use Nahida instead of Emily. Nahida has much less personal damage, but her burst provides a lot of elemental mastery, which is helpful for Wriothesley's melt. But her burst animation is pretty long, and if you don't have Hydro on your teams, the duration isn't that long. 15 is fine, but it'll generally expire unless you use it after Bennett, which you don't want to. It'll generally expire before your other buffs, which is a bit annoying. But it was still a fine option at the very least. Anyways. Next up, we have Xilonen, right? And again, this account doesn't have Xilonen, so I'm using Kachina as a placeholder here. The main thing with Xilonen is that, unlike VV units, her value is not entirely predicated upon her ability to trigger a specific element. Yes, triggering Crystallize on a specific element helps. It gives you damage percent from Cinder City, which is great. But you get the shred no matter what. You get the shred even if you don't crystallize the right element. Which means that past the first rotation, when it starts becoming a bit annoying to get your cryo crystallize, even if you don't get it, it's not the end of the world. On top of that, her debuff duration on the shred and her buff duration on Cinder City last much longer than VV and the damage percent and EM buffs from Kazuha and Sucrose. Which means you just outright get a lot more options. Or sorry. Which means that you can reliably swap the Xilonen before Bennett. That helps not only with getting the cryo, but even if you don't get it, it also means that you're spending more time on Wriothesley while your other buffs are still active. Finally, Mawika. Mawika is an option that can replace Xiangling for the off-field pyro. It's a lot slower than Xiangling though, so if you do the optimal Wriothesley combos, it's actually a bit too much cryo for Mawika. What that means is you'll have to either slightly change your combo and lose a bit of damage because of that, or add in a unit that helps you with your application, like one of the Dendro units. In other words, Mawika's release retroactively made Emily and Nahida slightly better. Technically, Wriothesley's a character that can also be used with Xianyun, I guess. But I don't tend to think all that highly of it because his normal and charge attacks are pretty powerful. And his plunge attack multiplier isn't that high. There. His plunge attack multiplier is about the same as the charge attack multiplier. That being said, his optimal combos do include jump cancels. So if you don't have one of the like great last slots to put in your teams, Xianyun is very much usable. We can also, I guess, mention Citlali. Citlali is just so broken that even on characters that are not Pyro or Hydro, even if she's not providing you the shred from her Ascension passive, she's still a viable option. Which is kind of frustrating, but it is what it is. Why is she a viable option? Because she's just... Cinder City plus TTDS is just very good. If you're using Xiangling, using Citlali will not yoink any reactions. So Citlali is just a nice buffer option. And if you're using Mawika, melting Mawika's burst outdamages Wriothesley's whole rotation. So Citlali's still pretty good, even though Citlali will yoink a lot of your melts. But honestly, I don't want to talk about the Bennett, Citlali, Mawika teams as support cores for any carry. I just think, like, we know, everyone knows it's good. We don't need to fucking talk about it more. Anyways, nowadays, Wriothesley is one of the characters that stands as, like, a relatively average carry. I'd say he's the best currently released Ryo carry. Just when it comes to the output you can get in his optimal teams, he's not that far from a character like Ganyu, but his ability to have great synergy in so many different teams, I think, solidifies him as by far the best cryo carry. And if you compare him to a character like Ayaka, because of how often we get boss chambers in Abyss, the fact that Wriothesley has access to freeze teams in Hyperfridge that don't get completely doomed in boss scenarios, I think makes him better. Although technically, Ayaka is also pretty decent in Hyperfridge, but Wriothesley's just better. And by the way, when it comes to Wriothesley Hyperfridge, you generally want to use Kuki because the Hydro and Dendro healers are not very good for Hyperbloom. And Wriothesley really wants a healer. You pretty much always want to use Nahida because she's a lot better than the other Dendros for Hyperbloom. The fact that she applies 1.5U Dendro instead of 1U is actually a pretty big deal. And your last slot, Xingqiu, is the best one of the Hydros, because in a team like this, you get a lot more Hyperloom with Xingqiu than with the other Hydras. We can actually take a look at the damage distribution. We still have the damage distribution of this team in the sim open. We can compare it to the damage distribution of the team with Farina. You'll see that with Farina, Wriothesley's personal damage is a lot higher. Right? He's now at 30% of the team DPS. Kuki's damage went from almost 60 to 45. But the overall team DPS is worse. Because the buff from Farina does not outpace the additional Hyperlooms from Xingqiu. And then on top of that, Xingqiu also helps you a lot with your defensive utility. I guess we can also talk about Bain-Marie. Right, this team. I think this is a team that's really cool. In terms of power, it's okay. The biggest issue with it is that your ER requirements on your whole team are kind of rough to reach. Which means that the team often feels pretty bad to play. In terms of damage, it is worse than just using Bennett instead, because Bennett's kind of just the GOAT. But, in a team like this, you don't have Bennett's self-pyro that can potentially make it easier for you to get one-shot. You don't have to stay in the circle for Bennett. You don't have to deal with circle impact. And, probably more importantly than the other two, you can use Bennett on the other team. This is a team that does not use any of the Bennett, Chilonen, Citlali characters that are part of Mawika's best team. And because of that, I'd say that even though it's worse than the Bennett teams, this is still one of the teams that you can keep in mind for him, if you like him. And by the way, the reason for this team's existence is, I guess, somewhat similar to the version of it where you use Bennett. Xianling's Pyro being very fast means that you will end up... When you trigger Freeze, it creates a frozen aura and it removes the Hydro. Xianling can react on that, and if Xianling applies Pyro again before another element is applied, that Pyro can now enable Wriothesley to get a melt, and if he hits the enemy before Farina attacks, Wriothesley gets a melt and Farina gets a vape. Both from the same application from Xianling. If those are your only sources of damage though, if these three units are your only source of elemental application, Xianling is the fastest one of them, but if Farina hits on the Pyro Aura instead of Wriothesley, Farina will wipe it, and then Wriothesley applies Cryo, and that makes Xianling melt. But that melt won't apply Pyro. You'll be left with no aura, which means that if Farina hits again before Xianling, she's not vaping, and he's not melting. In practice, you end up getting a fluctuating aura, where all three of your characters get a somewhat reasonable amount of reactions on them. If you add in the off-field Dendro from Baiju, if you apply Dendro on a frozen enemy, Dendro coexists. If you then apply Pyro to that, it will melt, but it will also trigger Burning, which then allows you to get the same effects of the same effects that you would get from a Pyro Aura, so same upside of being able to melt Wriothesley and vape Farina. But then on top of that, if Farina hits first on the Burning Aura, she will vape, but she will leave the underlying Dendro. And then if Wriothesley hits on that, he won't react, but he'll create a coexisting Cryo and Dendro Aura, and then if Xianling hits that again, She'll melt, but she'll trigger burning as well. So, in other words, the Dendro Aura or the Dendro application from Baizhu helps you get more consistent reactions on Wriothesley and Farina, because it's easier for you to keep Pyro. On top of that, if you trigger Melt on a Burning Aura, it weakens the burning from 2U to 1.5. And if Farina's 1U of Hydro hits on an enemy that has a 1.5 burning instead of 2U, Farina will vape, but she will also have have a little bit of leftover Hydro that will react with the underlying Dendro on the enemy. So she will trigger Vape and Bloom, which means that Xiangling will now be able to trigger Burgeon. All of that to say, in a team like this, you end up getting less melt reactions on Xiangling, less melts and vapes on Xiangling, but more melts on Wriothesley, vapes on Farina, and some Burgeons on Xiangling. Honestly, the energy issue in this team is not on Xiangling or on Farina, it's Baizhu. What that means is that if you somehow got C1 Baizhu, this team doesn't really have energy problems. Because Kitane Crossspear is just so fucking broken as an EM weapon for characters that have high ER requirements. Anyways, in a Baimari team, your reaction mapping is a lot better than in a team like this, but it's not so much better that it can compete with the broken ass attack buff you get from Bennett, which is why the Bennett team is still better. I'm actually curious if anyone has it in the sim. Wriothesley, Farina, Xiangling, C0, Vape Melt, 65k, 48k. Oh. This is not optimal build though. What the hell? This is not min-maxed. What the fuck? Why are they on 5? I guess it's because... of Baizhu ER requirements, actually. They need 5 on Xiangling in order to be able to burst on Baizhu. Okay, anyways. In practice, a team like this is, like, fine if you don't have Bennett available. And you still want to play a team with Farina. But it really struggles with energy, unfortunately. But yeah, because, like, Xiangling won't struggle with ER if you're running Kitane. But if you're running Kitane, Baizhu struggles with ER a lot because you're running one less 5. But if you're running 5 instead of Kitane, Xiangling starts struggling with ER. So there's some potential problems for sure. Anyways, do I have anything else to say before I start taking questions? This has been a very, very long segment before taking questions today. Huh. I talked about his place in the meta and what's changed since his last banner. Stuff about the value of constellations and weapons can just be whatever people want to know, so I can just talk about that when I get questions about it. I think that's it. Yeah. So let's start taking questions. As usual, for those of you watching live, if you have a question about him, you can ask it in chat and mention me in your message so that I can internalize that your message is a question for me instead of another type of chat message. Yeah. So, Animosity7, Animosity. Sorry, I'm Genshin pilled. I saw Animosity and I was like, Animo? Oh my god. That's not how you write Animosity. There's an I, not an E. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to pronounce that. Is it like Animo City or is it like Animo City? Like a play on word with like Animo and Animosity. Or is it like a city of Animo, but then there's an S, not a C. Hey, whatever. Animosity7 in chat asks, I forgot what your question was. Fuck. Does Shenhe fit into any of his teams? So, here's the thing. Shenhe has good synergy with Wriothesley, but Shenhe sucks. Man. I've realized lately, Shenhe is a unit that just doesn't really provide that much. Let's take a look at the amount of damage that you're getting on Shenhe. Or from Shenhe. Alright, let's take a look at Shenhe's kit. So, Shenhe provides you with 15% shred. So let's shred 15%. She provides you with 15 cryo damage and 15 skill and burst or normal charge and plunge. So generally 30 damage percent to whatever relevant source of damage you're using. And the quills. Well, how good are the quills? So her quill, each quill is 82.2% of her attack. Shenhe has attack ascension and relatively high base attack. However, she doesn't snapshot. Which means that unless you're playing a team that has very little attack buffs, she doesn't really have a lot more attack than your carry does. And this is pretty much just the equivalent of 82.2% motion value for your carry, right? Her attack is generally going to be pretty close to your carry's attack with Bennett buff. It'll be higher if you run her on Sig. Or on Engulfing, I guess. But it's her Sig is such low value that it's just not really worth very much. And if you run her on Fav, you most of the time want to run a crit rate circlet so you can proc the Fav more reliably. And so there are even going to be teams where she has less attack than your carry. But generally, right, worst case scenario, she has less attack than your carry. And this is the equivalent of like 60% motion value. We'll separate worst case, best case. Right? So, for example, if you're trying to do with Wriothesley, you're gonna want to run Fav most likely because of the rest of your team's ER requirements. And if you don't have Sig, Fav is by far her best option. If you do have Sig, they're honestly not that far apart. Anyways. And then on top of that, if you're playing Bennett, Wriothesley has more attacks. So in the worst case, it's going to be something like Bennett, Wriothesley, Shenhe, Xianyun, for example. In terms of like how much you're getting out of her. In a team like that, you want Fav, so you probably want crit rate circlet for consistency. And Wriothesley has the attack buff from Bennett. And so her 82.2% attack, or of her attack, is going to be a little bit worse than 82.2% of Wriothesley's attack. Let's assume it's the same for now, because it's not going to be that much worse, right? So it's about 82.2% times 7. You'll get 1 skill per rotation, and you will hold it on a Wriothesley team. In pretty much every team that does the tap version of her skill, you get 2 skills per rotation. So generally what I consider the worst case for her to be 7 quills, and the best case to be 10, right? Because it's either 1 hold or 2 taps. The reason for that is because if you're tapping, you're buffing skill and burst damage, which means you're probably playing characters that can afford to swap out. Anyways, and then the best case scenario, you still get this shred and this damage percent. But, I mean, we can talk about Ayaka, for example. If you're looking at an Ayaka that doesn't have an attack percent weapon, and that is running crit damage circlet, which is what you do on a Shenhe team. On top of that, you also have pretty good particle generation if you do 2 Ayaka E's per rotation. So having a little bit less reliability on your Fav isn't that big of a deal. And so much of Ayaka's damage is from her burst that you don't get punished that hard if you still do need the Fav particles, but you just decide to normal attack a few times on Shenhe in order to guarantee you proc them. All those factors together means that you generally are going to end up with a bit more attack on Shenhe in those teams, and less attack on your carry. And so this 82.2% of her attack is going to be the equivalent of like 140, 150, maybe even 160% of your carry's attack, right? The way that it works in the damage formula is usually you have your attack multiplied by your motion value, multiplied by your damage percent, multiplied by your crit, multiplied by resistance multiplier, multiplied by defense multiplier, all that, right? They all multiply together. Shenhe's quills work the exact same way, but instead of being your carry's attack and motion value, it's Shenhe's quill attack and motion value. It's just those two things that are changed. Which means that if she has double the attack, then it's going to be the equivalent of if it was just double a quill in terms of motion value additional hit on your carry. In other words, if you get 10 quills and your Shenhe has double the attack of your Ayaka, it's basically the equivalent of getting 20 quills. So how much more damage is that? Well, in order to properly understand how much more damage that is, we have to take a look at the stats that you have on those carries. So let's take a look. Right? How much damage percent does Wriothesley have in that team? He starts at 61.6, and that's pretty much it. Ayaka has a little bit more, because you can, or you often run either Xilonen or Fucking... Where's our hard, man? You often run either Xilonen or Kazuha or Farina in Ayaka teams. You also get 18% cryo damage from this. So generally gonna be closer to like about a 40% buff from either either Xilonen or Kazuha or Farina. Because generally, you either do a Hydro unit that isn't Farina with Xilonen or Kazuha, or Farina with like Jean. Technically, you can also get Farina with like Xilonen, which would be a bit more damage percent. But we're looking at the best case scenario, so let's look at slightly lower estimate. And then she also has 18. Base Shred without Shenhe's Shred. In the Wriothesley team, you don't have any. I guess in this team you already have some. Oh well. 15. Oh, does her E give damage directly? No. Wait, what? What do you mean? Burst? Huh? Well, yeah, no, this is only her normal and charge attacks. For now, we're just looking at the burst damage. Anyways. Okay, and then we can look at the amount of motion value that you have. So, for a character like Wriothesley, his default combo is generally about 15 attacks, whether it's 3 and 5 or 5 and 3, plus the charge attacks that come after those. For now, let's take a look at 3 and 5 because I can't be bothered with 5 and 3 combos because they're just so stamina negative. So you get 98% plus 95.2 plus 123.5 plus, and technically some of these hits are melting, but the proportion of hits that are melting on Wriothesley's base motion value is very similar to the proportion of hits that are melting on Shenhe's quills. So if we're just talking about the percentage increase we get from the quills, we don't really need to include it here. 69.6 times 2. 166.7. And 260. All these normal attack hits get buffed by the skill. So, for now, this is something I talk about whenever I talk about a character like Wriothesley or like Wanderer or whatever, or like Yoimiya. Characters that have increases to their base motion value, I usually assume talent level 10. Not just these, actually. Any character where their skill is something that people who play them will generally crown, and it scales multiplicatively with their other talent levels, I will assume that that skill is crowned. Because otherwise, they're effectively getting hit twice from that missing talent level, right? And most people who main a character do end up crowning their relevant abilities. So if I want to make a fair comparison, I should generally only assume losing the damage from one ability not being crowned. If I want that to be fair to characters that don't effectively double dip in their talents. That doesn't mean you should crown skill before normal attack. You should definitely crown normal attack before skill. But that's why in the calcs I assume a crown skill. Anyways. All this times 170.3. And you get this normal attack combo 3 times. Ayaka, on the other hand, $191 motion value per hit. There's 19 or 20 of them. I don't remember if it's 19 plus 1 or 20 plus 1. It's 19 plus 1 again. And then there's the final hit, which is 286. So, relatively similar amount. She also gets almost the same. Yeah, that doesn't mean it's as good, though. Keep in mind, this can also benefit from reactions. This... Ugh. I don't know about that one. And in freeze teams, against bosses, this loses a fuck ton because of Cryo Resonance and Blizzard's Rare. Anyways. We also have 407 times 2. And technically you do get some normal and charge attacks, but as a general rule, those are not that big of a portion of your team's damage. And you usually either end up being able to kill your enemy with burst, or if they're very tanky, you're gonna need another burst. It doesn't happen all that often that your burst gets the enemy to like 80% HP or 20% HP left, and you have enough damage from your normal attacks to finish it off. So if we're looking at the best case, your normal attack's damage is not very relevant in some scenarios. And in the best case scenario, for Shenhe, that means you have less motion value on Ayaka, because it makes the Quill motion value more relevant. Anyways. So, this is how it is without Shenhe. And then with Shenhe, oops. Okay. Which means that the percentage increase from each of these things an idiot. Oh, it's +1. I'm even more of an idiot. Okay, so what's the shred multiplier? It's if shred is greater than 0, if 0.1 minus shred is greater than 0, then it's, oh, I'll just add a shred multiplier. I can't be bothered. Res multiplier is if 1 minus this, if this is less than 10%, it's gonna be 0 1 minus 0.1 minus shred. Or otherwise 1 minus 0.1 shred divided by 2. Right? That should... yeah. What the fuck is this? It's gone. Anyways. Okay, so the percent increase from damage, percent increase from shred, and percentage increase from quills. So, on a character like Wriothesley, where you get less quills and his attack is closer to Shenhe's attack, the damage you get from quills is not that significant. But alternatively, on the other characters, shred is relatively accessible, so Shenhe has less value because of that. And so is damage percent. This best case scenario isn't the actual best case scenario. The actual best case scenario for Shenhe would be if you are starting from 0 shred and from pretty much no additional damage percent. But this is the best case scenario that actually happens. Right? I could make a hypothetical best case scenario if you didn't have shred or a lot of damage percent. Anyways, how would that... How do I... Does that work? It does! Huh. I learned something. Is it actually doing the right calculation? It is! Oh, cool. Alright. Anyways. The actual amount of damage you gain from Shenhe with Wriothesley is about 50% more damage. On Ayaka, 60. And in the hypothetical best case scenario that doesn't actually exist, 80. Wriothesley's base attack is 311. And he is often used on Witsith, which is 510. Attack percent, if he goes attack sense, if he gets 2 stacks on this, he generally gets them early enough that you can assume kind of full uptime. Let's say 29 instead of 30 to account for the start not being maxed out. About 20% from substats. And feather plus a couple substats of flat attack. Obviously, if you get the attack buff on Witsith, that'll be more, but for now, alright? About 2,000 attack on a build like this. Bennett with a 4-star weapons, or with a 4-star weapon at C5, adds at least 1,000. Or about 1,000. Which is about as much of an increase as what you get from Shenhe. In other words, a generic good buff does about as much as Shenhe's incredibly specific buff. And that's without accounting for Bennett's healing. But this is why Shenhe's not that great of a character. With Wriothesley, but also just in general. A character that provides a buff that is hyper-specific needs to provide a buff that is actually big in order for them to be good. If a character gives a buff that's about as good as a Bennett buff, they can be good in a team, don't get me wrong. But if they're an incredibly hyper-specific support, and that's all they do, they're not a good character. And that's the biggest problem with Shenhe in general, but also just with Wriothesley specifically, is that the numbers on her buffs just are not 2025 material. The numbers on her buffs are like Citlali and Freeze level. And while Citlali's a fine unit in Freeze, she also has defensive utility. And yeah, Citlali is not a great unit in Freeze teams. She's an incredibly powerful melt support, right? But the point I'm making with this and the comparison to Citlali is they haven't really made generic supports that provide buffs that are much better than what we had in 1.0, right? Bennett is still pretty much the peak of the value you get from a generic buff. But these specific buffs have gotten a lot better. The restricted buffs became better and better. And nowadays, a unit like Shenhe just doesn't really provide enough to be competitive. If she provides about as much as a generic buff, why go for her instead of the generic buffer? Technically, Shenhe's quills can also get some additional value from the fact that, well, she buffs herself, so they do a little bit of damage on her, but eh. And they can buff additional cryo characters. So if you play more than 2 cryo characters, her value can go up. But you don't. Monocryo is fake. We have had leaks recently of a potential Chevreur's equivalent for freeze teams. It was not a reliable source at all, so I have no idea if that's actually real. If it is, it could increase Shenhe's value. Because right now, the main reason why you don't play triple cryo teams is because the teams that run multiple cryo units are generally teams that really want freeze. And freeze teams have great synergy with characters like Kazuha and or Shilonen. And so the third cryo unit is hard to justify. Technically, Kazuha can get a cryo infusion and consume the quills with that, but Kazuha builds full EM, so he doesn't have a lot of damage percent or crits to capitalize on that quill damage. And then on top of that, when you look at Shenhe, you also have to realize that in a lot of the teams where you use Wriothesley, you also end up playing like Maoika or Xianyun. And Xianyun benefits from Bennett's attack buff. Maoika benefits from Bennett's attack buff. They don't benefit from the quills or the cryo damage or the cryo shred. And then on top of that, obviously there's a healing from Bennett, right? But all of this is just to say Shenhe is balanced in such a way that she provides a buff that's, in terms of how much damage you gain from it, is very similar to the generic buffs. But all the good generic buffers provide additional value on top of their buffs. The additional value that Shenhe is providing is cryo resonance and particle generation. But Cryo Resonance does literally nothing in melt teams because enemies are not affected by Cryo, they're affected by Pyro. Otherwise, you're not melting. And Wriothesley's Burst is garbage. So the Cryo Particles don't help. Shenhe is fine in Wriothesley's freeze teams. Or if you really want to play Mono Cryo. But those are not teams I tend to be all that positive about. And also, I didn't include the value you get from Noblesse, which is the set you'll generally run on Shenhe. Because every character gets, every support character gets a damage increase from their set, and Noblesse is like, it's one of the, like, generic ones. Most support characters have access to either something as good as Noblesse or better. Anyways, that we took a while to answer that question. Mainly because honestly, I probably will never do a Shenhe Ask Zajef. So, but yeah. Like when Shenhe came out, her buff being somewhat similar to the buff that Bennett gives was fine, because we didn't have hyper-specific supports that gave that much more. And we only had one Bennett and not that many good generic supports. But the more units came out, the more good generic supports we got, the more competition for Shenhe. And the more good hyper-specific supports, the more it makes you realize that the amount of value that Shenhe provides is really small for a hyper-specific support. Anyways, next question! Is Wriothesley the weakest Fontaine 5-star? Do you think his balance is off? Who are the other Fontaine 5-stars? We have... No, he's not. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that you either forgot Xianyun or meant carry 5-star. I'm not sure, honestly. The main upside that Wriothesley has compared to other carries is that while none of his teams are that great in terms of damage, he's pretty easy to play, and he has quite a few different decent teams. And so I'd say that for a lot of people, Wriothesley will give them better results than a character like Linny. Is that common enough that I would consider him to be better than Linny overall? I'm not sure. Linny's a character that at his best is actually quite strong. But getting him to perform like that is difficult. Overall, I'd probably rate them somewhat similarly to one another. I'd say Navia's better. I'd say Arlecchino is definitely better. Chlorinde... Chlorine's probably better as well. Yeah. I'd say Chlorine's better too. So he's definitely in the lower half, at the very least. I'm not making that joke. I'm not talking about his lower half. I refuse. I won't do it. I'm tempted, but I won't do it. Next question! What's Wriothesley's optimal combo with and without C1? Okay, so...
Have you ever seen any stickers on my back? Do me a favor and take them off. Malazines like to...
Without reactions, I'm not sure if his optimal combo even includes weaved in charge attacks. I think it does, but they're very insignificant in the sense that, like, if you don't do them, it's barely a difference in damage. I'm curious what the Sims use. Sims use frame perfect stuff, so cancels are probably included. Yeah, they use 3 NCD. How much? We were at 66.6. That's easy to remember. If we remove the charge attacks, and we add like 3 attacks after, our timer's fucked. Yeah. It's like a 1% DPS loss. And that might not be perfect. Maybe 2 attacks is better. No, if we do 2 attacks, we end up swapping out a bit too early and we still have cooldowns. Okay. So, okay. His default no reaction combos is basically just normal attack spam. That being said, his last hit has a relatively long end lag animation that you can cancel with either a dash or a charge attack. And because your charge attack, effectively, if you do a charge attack after your last hit of normal attack, it comes out a little bit more quickly than your first normal attack would. Because you can buffer the charge attack input during the normal attack animation. And because of that, you can do a charge attack at the end of your normal attack string. And it's more or less DPS neutral. Using it is about as good as not using it. It's within 1%. Technically using it is slightly better, but because it's blunt, it might make you lose some freeze up time. And in teams where he's not melting, it's pretty much all just the freeze teams. And so because of that, in practice, I think you shouldn't bother with it unless you got hit and you want the healing from his Ascension passive. In reaction teams, his normal attacks become worse and his charge attacks become better. Or, I guess, in reality, his normal attacks become better, but his charge attacks also become better, and the increase to the charge attacks is bigger than the increase to the normal attacks, because only somewhere between half and a third of your normal attack damage. That's about half, because generally it's slightly bigger hits that are whatever. Only about half of your normal attack damage is reacted, but all of your charge attack damage is reacted. So, considering the fact you'll have a little bit of EM, the amount of damage you gain on your normal attacks is like 40 to 50%. Whereas on charge attacks, it's almost double. You have a small amount of EM, it's going to be less than that, but it'll still be about twice as much of an increase on the charge attacks compared to the normal attacks. Because of that, combos that incorporate charge attacks become better. His default combo, right? Do the full normal attack string and finish it with a charge attack. Is still quite good, right? But in melt teams, you can also do. Oops. I'm corned right now. Yeah. It's because the animations come out quickly and I. Yeah, so it's. Right? You can also do three normal attacks followed by a charge attack. As you can see, though, it takes a lot of stamina. In one skill duration, assuming you don't do like frame perfect jump cancels and whatever, which generally you kind of don't, you'll generally get 5 and 3 Cs, right? So, and 3 normal attacks, C charge attack. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's most of your stamina bar. It costs 250 stamina. Your max stamina is 240, but you regenerate about 80 stamina during your normal attack animation. But this combo is about somewhere between 150 and 200, depending on how good your cancels are, stamina negative. In comparison, the N5D combo, or the N5C combo, you have time to do 3. Is pretty much just 60. Right? Because it's the 50 from the charge attack, but during the N5, the 5 normal attacks, during the time it takes to get 5 normal attacks out, you regenerate like 45. Technically, in melt teams, his optimal combo is N3C. But in practice, that means you can't dodge. Doing N3C spam takes all of your damn stamina, and if you do N3C spam, you can't dodge. Anytime you spend dodging, gimps your stamina generation, or gimps your stamina usage, and it's just GG.
Small animals where they won't be able to see the sun.
The reason why it's such a big difference, even though it's just 5 charge attacks versus 3, is because after you spend stamina, there's like, I'm not sure exactly how long it is, but it's like about, right, you can see that it takes a while for the stamina bar to start moving again, right? Stopped, starts moving now, right? What that means is that the first, like, I don't know, a bit less than a second, I think, after you spend stamina, you don't regenerate anything. But if you do N5C, Well, you lose almost a second of stamina generation, but your N5 takes like 3 seconds. Or 2.5, whatever. I don't know exactly how much. You get 3 of... That's like 3 seconds. But you lose more than 1 second, because there's also... Like, it's stationary for about a second, but... Before it's stationary, it's the animation for you consuming the stamina. Anyways, all the time that you're spending doing the 4th and 5th normal attack, all of that time goes to stamina regeneration. Whereas only a portion of the time on the first N3 is spent on stamina generation. You can actually see, you don't start regenerating, if I do the N5C combo, right? I only start regenerating stamina at the end of the 3rd normal attacks animation. So you only get a tiny little amount of stamina generation if you do a charge attack at that point. And you get a lot more if you go all the way to N5. Anyways, what that means is that his best combo in practice being, or in theory, on sheets, in calcs, being N3C, does not mean that that's his best combo in practice. In practice, I think you should never do N3C. With one exception. Maoika's pyro application is slow, and another upside of N3C is that it applies a cryo at slightly different intervals. That, from what I've heard, and I haven't tested it too much because I fucking hate doing N3C. I think that if you're doing that, you just hate yourself and there's something deeply wrong with you. But, whatever.
It's just not right to keep small animals.
Wait, actually, is that even true? Wait, which of the intervals is more favorable? I'm actually not sure anymore. Jamie talked about it. I'll double check. I feel like I'm going insane. I'm having massive doubt right now. Okay, it's Maoika that can't use N3s. Okay, never mind. Right. Okay. My brain remembered it wrong. Sorry. Editors, try to make it so that it's not confusing. Thank you. Anyways, but yeah. So, while N3C is the theoretical best combo, the fact that it's so stamina negative makes it so that I generally don't recommend using it. The thing is, because of that, it actually changes the value of the things you can get for him quite a bit, right? Because if you are doing N3C, his C1 is pretty worthless. The amount of damage you get on N3C Grizzly is similar to the amount of damage that you get on C1 and 5C Grizzly. Which means if you are doing N3C, C1 is pretty much not actually a damage upgrade. It's like actually a fucking 0%. Potentially even worse. If you use it. Or you could just not use it. Right? Technically, it can still be useful just because if you are doing N3C, you'll never get the C1 proc from doing your N5. But you can still get the proc from going below 60% HP if you get hit. And C1 also increases the damage of the passive, even if it's a hit that you got from low HP threshold. It's not just the one that you get from the N5. It's still technically an upgrade, even if you do N3C. But anyways, so that's one thing. And then the other thing is, if you are doing Maoika's pyro being slower than Xiangling means that the N3C combo that has a no ICD charge attack more often ends up having its applications at timings that are a little bit too scuffed, where you actually end up with a cryo aura at some point, and you lose some melts. And so, if you're doing N3C, Mawika is pretty bad for him. Right? So all of this to say, right, if you are a fucking sweaty Wriothesley main who is able to deal with the stamina problems that the N3C combo has, both Mawika and his C1 are pretty worthless.
A word of advice, don't break the law.
However,
Is there anything else?
I think that
Yeah, seriously.
it's kind of not even worth thinking about too much for almost everyone. Cards. Because I think that most people will not be doing N3C at C0 or at C0 with Shenhe. I think just remembering that his general best combo is N5C is good enough. N3C is actually noticeably more damage in melt teams. Actually, I should quantify that. Let's go look at the sims real quick. I don't really want to look at Vape Melt for now. Well, I guess we can. But it'll be smaller because you're not necessarily reacting all this stuff. Okay, we can take a look at this one. It was 60.4 here. If we do attack 5.
If you ever see any stickers on my back, do me a favor and take them off. Malazines like to play pranks sometimes.
Let's see how many attacks we need to do. After this. 1 is fine. What if we just don't do 1 at all? Okay. What? No!
A word of advice, don't break the law.
Oh, I see. So for now, I guess we just these. Five. This should be fine. It's not even more. Yeah, so it's about 52k. So 51 to 52. Okay. So doing N3C instead of N5C will give you generally around 15% more team DPS in the teams where Wriothesley is a decently high portion of the damage. In terms of personal DPS, it's generally sitting between 20 and 30%. The more EM you have, the bigger the increase is, because you get more of your damage reacted with N3C than N5C.
Anything else? Yeah, seriously. Don't break the law.
You can also alternate between N3C and N5C. That's another thing you can do, I guess. If you want to have... if you want to have a middle ground between damage and energy generation.
I once considered keeping pets in my office, but soon gave up on the idea. It's just not right to keep small animals where they...
But yeah, as a general rule, if you're trying to get a speed run in a melt team and you have enough damage that you know you will kill the enemy before you really start running into stamina problems, you can do N3C. Pretty much the rest of the time and pretty much all of his teams. And 5C is the go-to. Was there anything else to mention for combos? Cancels, right? So Wriothesley's charge attack has an end lag animation that you can cancel with a jump or a skill. Or sorry, a jump or a dash. If you do that, jump cancels need to be executed relatively close to frame perfect to actually be an increase over not canceling at all. And unlike with a character like Hutao, you don't need to jump cancel for your positioning, right? With Hutao, if you don't jump cancel against enemies that you can go through with your charge attack, your positioning gets completely fucked. And you lose some damage because you're out of range of your normal attacks. Wriothesley doesn't move with his charge attack, so, or, like, technically he can step in, but against an enemy, he's not going to go past them, right? And so... you don't need to do cancels. Dash cancels are worth doing even if they're not frame perfect. But dash cancels make N3C unsustainable, right? 1, 2, 3, charge attack dash cancel. Oops, out of stamina. Didn't have enough stamina to input the charge attack there. However, if you do N5C, your combo becomes much more stamina negative because you now effectively spend more stamina and spend less time regenerating stamina because your attack string starts
Don't break
a bit faster,
Is there anything else?
which means that
Yes.
you only start regenerating stamina close to after the entry rather than right before. But it's still not so stamina negative that it's not sustainable. So you're still fine doing it, and I'd say that as a general rule, dash canceling his charge attack when you're doing N5C is a nice thing to keep in mind. It's something you can do. However, it's not enough of an increase for me to think it's that important. And it doesn't help you with positioning like Hutao does. And so I'd say that your stamina is generally better spent dashing to dodge incoming attacks instead of dash canceling your charge attacks. Keep in mind, if you dash between hits, it does not cancel your normal attack string on Wriothesley. That being said, if you dash in the middle of an animation, it can. It's a little weird. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I'm not entirely sure how it works. You can probably ask a Wriothesley main for that. Anyways, by default, if you do, does the first enemy in 411 have favorable testing? Is it the Electro one? I guess the Electro one would be fine too, actually. But I just want to check which one it is. I know what to bring. It's not. Okay, cool. So, let me ungear the Wriothesley enough that I don't really do too much damage. And get resistance to interruption and pyro application so we can show the combos. So, by default, you get a reaction on your first hit. Your fourth hit. Do you get it on the fifth? I kind of forgot. I think you do, yeah. I think it's like it's not the same reaction mapping on each hit, so. Or maybe it is. I'll take a look at the sims actually. Let me open the sims real quick. Reacts on N1, N4, 1, and CA. However, his N5 animation is long, so if you don't cancel, his timer-based ICD resets. Yeah, like I know he'll react on the first N1, the first N4, 1, and the CA. But let me look at the timers. So this is the fucking C6 one, but it doesn't matter. This the timer. Wait, this is cash flow, so it is different. I should use non-cash flow. Wait, is this even N5D? It's not. And this is Farina. This is Farina. Is there any non-cash flow rotation that doesn't use Farina? No. God damn it. I guess even with Farina, we'll be able to check if it applies. So sure, let's just take a look at this. So N0 7.47 and N4 9.82. So it's a little bit before timer-based ICD reset. So that means you probably can get the reset if you intentionally add a weight, right? I think that's how it works. If you just mash.
Stabilize. Let's begin.
It's 1974. You slow it down, 3-6. Yeah. Very funny.
Wait now.
1974. 3698. Yeah. So the timer-based ICD reset happens right after the 5th hit, which means you can technically delay your normal attack input by a tiny little bit to make your 5th hit react. Technically, that's probably worth doing on the last combo because there's no downside to it. But I don't think it's worth doing on the first combos because it yoinks reactions from the next normal attack string. So you might end up reacting the wrong hits. On N3, let's look at a one that isn't Farina for this one. MED, sure. On the one that's N3, the first N1 reacts. By the way, if you're a little confused because of the GC Sim notation, normal attacks in GC Sim, when it's start at 0 instead of at 1. So the N1 is normal 0, and N2 is normal 1. Anyways, the first N1 reacts. Then the second N1 react. Wait, how long does it happen? When does the first N1 happen? 6.8. So as long as the next one is before 9.3, you're gonna have weird ICD stuff. And it is before. The second normal reacts, but the third normal doesn't. The first reacts, the second doesn't, but the third probably will. Yeah, the third one does. So you get 2 melts on the second normal attack string. The charge attack. Wait, when does it happen? 9.37. The next reset, it'll be at 11.87. How are they getting a rebuke on this team? The fuck? I guess... Enable hurt and heal in the setting. I mean, you might end up getting 1 at some point. Because Bennett only heals below 70% and he doesn't heal instantly. He heals every second. So if you manage to get 2 HP consumptions from 70.1% between 2 Bennett ticks, you can get a rebuke. Haven't had that happen to me very much in practice, but... oh well. I guess it also depends on exactly how much healing your Bennett has. Burning self-damage. There's no real burning self-damage when you have Imidi on the team. There's a little bit, but very, very little. Anyways, rebuke Vulcan. Okay, so... then it's your time roll reset. You get on the first one, then on the first and third, and then on the third one. Yeah. So if you're doing N3CJ, you end up melting the first attack on the first string melts the first attack. The second string melts the first and third. The third string melts the third, and then it starts again like that. So 4 melts per 3 strings. Which is part of why N3C is a bit better than N5C. Or which is part of why N3C is better than N5C in melt. Because not only are you getting more charge attacks, but you're also getting a larger portion of your normal attacks reacted. But yeah, you also do end up dodging on Wriothesley sometimes, which will change your timers on stuff. And I'm really curious if the Sims actually have better numbers with a little bit of weight. I feel like they probably do. But the timers might get a little too scuffed. Maybe on this one, at least. So... how long do I have to wait? The first N1 happens at 6.52. And this one is at 8.87. So I need to wait 0.05 seconds. No, it was 5.2, not 4.2. So 0.15 seconds, which is 2 frames? Right? No. I'm an idiot. That's not 2 frames. That's not how that works. 0.15 is what, 3 out of 20? Is 9 frames? Let's wait 10 frames. How do you input a wait in between Wriothesley attacks? Is that doable? Or will it try to start over from N1 in the sim? I'm kind of curious. Attack 4, wait 10. No. How do you delay? Sorry, thank you. Delay. So the notation works, but is it actually doing it properly? Goes to 250 from 260, so I don't think it is. If I generate the sample, I look at rebuke. Or I guess no. I look at normal 4. Normal 4. No. Wait. Is this not in frames? Is the delay not in frames, chat? Is it in hundreds of seconds? This is not a 10 frame delay. Wait, no, it is. Right, 15.93. When did the first hit happen? Normal 0. 13.67. Oh, it's because it's faster because of the fucking cash flow, man. Maj. So I gotta wait longer. But it might not be worth it anymore. Normal 4. I guess I should actually do normal 0, see when the first one happens. Oops. Yes. Normal 0 is at 13.67. Normal 4, 16.27. So yeah, we are melting it. On cash flow, it's not worth doing. But if I take this, and instead of cash flow, we use Witsith, And C0 Wriothesley. Okay, why not? Are we running into problems? Oh no. What's... Energy breaks due to damage, increase energy drops. I see. Let's fix that. Because I just want to compare the two, right? We're not looking at the actual damage. Okay, so 102. I guess I should let it run for a bit longer to get a more precise answer. 102.3, oh, 102.5, I think is like pretty precise. 0.6, 0.5, okay? And then if I add a 10-frame delay here, it's actually more. Wait, no. Wait, what's going on? What? What? What happened here? Why did it start at more and go bad? Ah. Oh, because we got a lucky first Widsith proc, I see. Okay, so it's not actually an upgrade. Damn. 16.17. Normal 0. $13.65. Yeah, okay, this is about as close as it gets. Damn. So it's not a DPS upgrade. Tragedy. What if we do this? This is probably not better. Yeah. It is! Oh! 0.1% upgrade! 0.1% upgrade! 0.1% upgrade! Huge. Okay, in practice, people don't tend to jump cancel this. So I'll remove the jump cancels. And the additional attack at the end. And we'll get back to the attack 5. There's a bit of cooldown delay here, though. We added, like, N1C at the end. No. Maybe? We're also not getting Cryo Scroll. Oh, you might be right. Well, that's fine, because it doesn't change between the things. So, who cares? I'm an idiot. just assume that in practice, most people don't really give much of a shit about whatever damage happens past the N5C? Past the third N5C? It's kind of just leftover stuff. So we can kind of just ignore it. We're at 91.4. 91.3. 91.4. Versus 93. Okay. So it is actually worth doing. That's not a big difference, but it is there. So yeah, to give you a more thorough explanation, I guess, if you're doing N5D, your last hit does not react. But if you delay it a little bit, your timer-based ICD resets, and you can make it react. But on the... if you do it early into your rotation, it can yoink reactions from the rest of your combo later on. So it's not necessarily worth doing. But at least on the last string you do, there's no real reason not to do it, I guess. Other than it's kind of cringe to do. But it is, I guess, another little tip and trick to know about him. Right? Because the way that ICD works is it reacts every 3 hits, but also every 2.5 seconds it completely resets. By default, his normal attack string takes about 2.4 seconds, which means that and it has 6 hits. You get a reaction on the first hit and on the 4th hit. But if you delay your last hit a little bit, it can happen after the 2.5 seconds, which will make it react to. Alright, so if we're giving him an actual build. Why is this level 70? Whatever. Oh well. That's fine. For now, let's just look at this. Even if it's not ideal. It was Mother Shall Say. What was he on? I think he was on this. Yeah. So, by default, you can see my last hit here hits for about 15k. They're dying before I can get to the third one, but comparatively, if I delay it a little bit, I did not delay it enough. My bad. Yeah, like, don't look at the actual size of the numbers. This is obviously not... Oh, I fucked it up. I waited before the N4, not before the N5. So I reacted the second hit of the N4, which is the wrong one. Oops. Yeah, so it hits for 30k instead, if we delay it a little. about combos. Next question. Not sure if I should go for his R1 or not. I only have R5 Witsith and hate the 20-second cooldown on it. It's 30-second, but I mean, it's up to you, right? One thing that isn't accounted for Witsith is it pretty much always performs better in practice than it does in sims or sheets, unless they look at only one rotation. Because it always, in practice, on a character like Wriothesley, actually has more than 50% uptime. Right? Or not necessarily 50%, but like it's more than once per rotation on average. Because let's graph this out. I'm not gonna graph it on Paint. I'm gonna do the smart thing and graph it on Excel. Okay. So Witsith uptime. Witsith uptime. Damage uptime. And percentage Witsith. So, for your first rotation, I realize my cam's a bit too big here. For your first rotation, right? Starts at 0. Your Witsith uptime is 100%, right? And you have like, let's say 10 seconds of uptime, and then you swap out. And on the next rotation, your Witsith does not proc, so it stays at 10. Sorry. And like technically, the only change if you stay on field longer than 10 seconds is, so for example, if you end up using Wriothesley's burst after his damage window's over. I mean, this goes below 100% of the first rotation, but it'll still be half of what the first rotation average is as total uptime. So let's say 12 seconds for now, sure, right? So on the first rotation, Witsith 83% 83% uptime. And then on the second rotation, by the end, it's at 42, 41, 42, right? But from there, the next time you swap back in, you have Witsith again. Which means that if you look at your Witsith percentage uptime over a large number of rotations, it will converge to, in a team like this, about 42%. In a team where your on-fielder's uptime is 10 seconds, 50%. So let's graph it out. These are not... Well, whatever. We'll have to edit data here. Like data. Okay, so all we care about is percentage uptime on Witsith. Yeah, there you go. And as you can see, right? If you look at your... Oh, I should change this axis setting to display units percentage. No, we can't do that. Labels, number, category percentage. Up to 1. There we go. All right. So, this is what your width uptime looks like based on the time it takes to kill the enemy. The thing is, if you assume that you kill the enemies in 2 rotations, or 4 rotations, or 6 rotations, your width uptime is going to be at its lowest point. But in practice, the enemy doesn't always die exactly at this point. Sometimes the enemy dies here, sometimes here, sometimes here, sometimes here, whatever. But if you calc the DPS with 50% width uptime, or half rotation, like every other rotation width uptime, you're effectively calcing the worst case scenario. And in practice, it's almost always higher than that. It's rarely going to be at 100% uptime, unless you can one-rotate enemies. But even if it takes you 2 rotations, unless the enemy only dies at the end of your second rotation, if it dies in the middle, that's still 70% instead of 40%. It's a pretty big difference. In other words, Witsith actually performs better in practice than it does in sheets most of the time. Alright, if we're looking at a sim, let's look at one of the sims that uses Witsith. This is only 1 rotation though, so it's kind of... Well, I guess you can just look at multiple rotations of this one, right? How do I change that? Is it the amount of HP that's deciding on this? No. What's deciding the sim length? What's up, Mtash? Hacking the mainframe? True. Exactly. I'm using very, very convenient and useful tools that let me be lazier. No, it's not Wriothesley, but does Gumming Mel Premium do more damage with Citlali or Xianyun? Citlali or Xianyun? Or Xilonen or Xianyun? Okay, yeah. Okay, I was like, what the fuck are you asking, man? It's better with Xianyun, but it's a lot less comfortable, so I think you're completely fine doing Xilonen. Like, I don't think Xianyun is worth pulling for Gummy. Oh! There you go. Okay, yeah, so for now, let's just take a look at 2. Right? 2 rotations, which is going to be averaged out with such stuff. So that's 67k. 67.2. Right? But here, the enemy has 2.8. Okay, yeah. What if the enemy's HP is 2 million instead? Is it even stopping? Wait. $67k? It's not stopping. Fuck. Can I make it? I probably can, yeah. Okay, how do I word a while function that has target HP within the thing? So can I just tab this to indent it? Thank God. While is a loop, not a function. Okay, you know what I mean. While, can I have target HP? Greater than 0. Or are we gonna have some problems? No prefix parse function for target. What is the problem here? Maybe while HP equals 0? No. Or greater than 0? How can I make this function? Is there a way to make the rotation stop when the enemy dies? Any GC simmers in chat that can help me with that? Yeah, also sorry editors, there's gonna be a lot of stuff to fucking, for you guys to speed watch through. My bad. Maybe target dot HP? Maybe? If I do... While target dot HP? No. It only runs while enemy is alive by default, but I know that's not true. Because if you run this, you can see that it spends time not doing damage once the enemy's dead. So clearly that's not true. And the DPS is lower now, which it shouldn't be either. Increase HP. No, but I want to see how much better Wriothesley is when you stop mid-rotation in practice. But anyway, I guess that's kind of just too much of a pain in the ass to do. Can you cut the time at the time enemy dies? I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know how to do that. Anyways. I mean, I think this is fine enough. Can you make a set rotation length? Yeah, I guess. Break the loop when HP is 0 with multiple... What if you break the loop when HP is 0 with multiple listings? I can't be bothered. That's too much fucking work. Like, I'm sorry. I mean, we can still understand from this graph, right? Like, in practice, Wriothesley uptime is always higher than what a calc that assumes Wriothesley every other rotation will show. And because of that, the gap between Wriothesley and signature is actually smaller than what most calcs show. If you don't like Wriothesley because you think the RNG's cringe, then yeah, sure, like whatever. But as a general rule, cash flow is just like a thing you can consider. It's better than C1 if you're doing C3 or N3C spam. But if you're not, C1 is generally better. So basically, just in terms of DPS, SIG is generally slightly better. But in practice, including quality of life stuff, I think you're generally better off using or getting the C1. Anyways, next question. If you could change this kit, what would you change about it? I mean, I basically made the C1 part of the base kit, but not really. Like, I think the only real problem with his base kit is the cooldown on Ascension 1. Right? C1 makes that cooldown 2.5 seconds and does other things. If you just removed that part of the C1 and added it to his base kit, if this base cooldown was 2.5 instead, it would open up possibilities of running Wriothesley in teams without a healer. Intentionally foregoing a healer in order to be able to get more rebukes. That would be really cool. Make his A1 active under 70%. I don't think that's a good idea, because that's just a Bennett buff, and Bennett doesn't need a buff. Like, you could do that if all you want is make Wriothesley stronger and make his kit more... Make his kit make more sense, I guess. Then you could do that. You could do both of those things. But I think that Wriothesley would be a much more interesting character if there was an incentive to run him without a healer. Because if there is an incentive to run him without a healer, right? If he has enough healing from his Ascension 1 passive that he can... that he can go without a healer, if the cooldown on this is lower, then My train of thoughts got lost. Sorry, let's try that again. If you force him to choose between a healer or not, if you actually have a proper reason not to run a healer on his teams, then you create a scenario where when you do have a healer, getting hit is an upside because it means that you get this, which is the current case for him. But if you don't have a healer, getting hit is a massive downside because, well, obviously, when you're not above 50% HP, you don't get the bonus from his skill. But if you're playing a team that's focused on, or that doesn't run a healer, even if the cooldown on this is lower, if you get hit, you get put to 40% HP, one charge attack, back to 70, but that's only 4 attacks you can do before you're back to 50. And it hasn't been 2.5 seconds yet. If the incoming attack puts you to 10% HP, do a charge attack, you're still at 40. So you're not even getting any buffs on your normal attacks until the next rebuke. And I think that if he worked like that, I mean, like, technically that is how he works, but if healerless teams actually made sense with him, because he could sustain his own passive through his own healing, it would create that scenario where Wriothesley would feel like a high-risk, high-reward character in healerless teams, where if you're managing to dodge everything, he gets this passive all the time, but if you get hit, your damage gets completely gimped. I just think it would be really, really, really cool if he worked like that. Oh, Jesus. Or make the charge attack heal more, right? You could achieve the same result by doing that. Now, would that make you run him in healerless teams? No, Bennett's fucking broken. But but it would make an argument for it, at least. Maybe with the Ansan, who knows? But yeah, if I could change something about his kid, it would be that. Next question! How close is Hyperfridge to his best team with C1 and Raiden? Wriothesley is actually one of the few characters that does not want to use Raiden in his Hyperbloom teams. On most characters, unless you're running Farina on the team, Raiden is better than Kuki, but you lose the healing, which makes it potentially less comfortable to play. On Wriothesley, Raiden is worse because not having the healing means Wriothesley's damage becomes lower. Oh, wait, I'm Cornge. You're asking about C1 and Raiden. And C1 makes... Okay. That's a good question, I guess. It's probably still pretty close, honestly. But yeah, I looked at something for fun lately. I looked at what would happen to Wriothesley's Hyperfridge teams if Kuki's skill could trigger Shatter all the way through, right? For those of you who didn't know, Kuki's skill is a blunt attack on the initial hit, so it can trigger Shatter, but the hits over time that happens off-field are not blunt. If they were blunt, the DPS of Wriothesley's Hyperfridge teams would actually be significantly above his other teams, which is really, really funny. If you just added some shatters in those Hyperfridge teams, it would actually be a fucking cracked team, which is such a funny concept to me. But it also means that if we do end up getting a character that's designed around Hyperfridge, an Electro character designed around Hyperfridge in the future, it might be his best team. Obviously, when you trigger Shatter, it means you lose freeze up time. So you would lose some of the comfort of those Hyperfridge teams, and they wouldn't be better against enemies that are not freezable. But still, it's a funny little thing. I think it's kind of cool. Anyways, next question. What sort of buffs do you think you may get with Zajef / Saritsa? I mean, it's hard to tell. As a general rule, right now, Wriothesley doesn't have the best synergy with other cryo units because his freeze teams aren't that great. But he still can be played with other cryo units. So, what are the downsides? Well, the freeze teams aren't that great. And in the melt teams, if you run 2 cryo units, you get cryo resonance, but if you're triggering melt with your cryo units, the cryo resonance does nothing. So, what sort of cryo unit could exist that would justify a slot in a Wriothesley team? So, one, right? You could think about a melt team, and you could consider a cryo unit that has relatively slow but high damage off-field hits. And you could effectively do a reverse melt team with Wriothesley and an additional cryo unit getting reaction damage. Some people play something like that with Xiao right now. But obviously, Xiao's off-field damage is a joke. Right? If we had a cryo character that was designed around their ability to do off-field cryo damage, and that actually had good damage, you could play them in a team like this, and it could be good. You could also forego melt altogether and just go for, and we don't have Xiao in here, so we'll pretend like Kachina's Xiao. Go for a team like that. A team like that could be good if the cryo character either only has 1 big hit or snapshots. If they only have 1 big hit, or at least they have a very significant first hit, something like Malika, right? You could react that hit from Bennett's Pyro, even if you don't have off-field Pyro. If you have 1 big hit at the start, then you can at least get that 1 reaction. Or, if it's a character that snapshots, you could get yourself in a team like this, Chilona and Cinder City, and you'd be able to snapshot the Bennett attack buff at least. And it would effectively be a mono-element team, but that uses Bennett for the attack buff, right? Not a melt team. Other than that, I mean, obviously, if it's a really strong cryo unit, you could put that's designed around freeze. That could also help his teams. Maybe with Farina, if it's a healer. Yeah, there's a lot of potential design space for cryo characters to buff Wriothesley. And if anything, Wriothesley's probably the character that's the easiest to buff with new characters that synergize with cryo carries. Because there's pretty much no cryo archetype in which he doesn't work. Next question. Since Xiangling is such a big deal in Wriothesley's melt themes, what sands would you go for engulfing Xiangling? EM, attack, or ER? Not EM. Generally just ER. Your ER comments are pretty damn high, so you kind of just need the ER. Next question. How good are his constellations? So, constellation discussion is always, like, kind of... I try to navigate them carefully, because I never want anyone to get the message that they need to go for a constellation to make a character function. Do not spend money on this shit game. But I understand that some people still want to know how much of an upgrade it is. So let's talk about that. C1. In practice is somewhat nice, right? If you're a dedicated Wriothesley main willing to learn and execute his good combos, his C1 could end up pretty much being DPS neutral, more or less. But in practice, it's often somewhere around a 20%-ish damage upgrade. Which, or sometimes a bit more than that. Which for a C1 is like, honestly pretty average. Design-wise, if you have it, it feels like his kit makes more sense, but actual damage-wise, it's not that big of a deal. His C2 is kind of weird, because his burst fucking sucks. And so you don't want to use your burst while your E is active or before using your E. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter for before using your E for this, but whatever. You don't want to use your burst while your E is active, because it's kind of just better to use your normal attacks and your charge attacks. But also, if you use your burst after your E expires, that's probably also after your buffs expire. With this, it becomes worth using your burst. Still not worth building ER for the burst, but at least worth using it, and potentially using it before your skill runs out. While you still have your buffs active. But honestly, it's not that big of an upgrade. It's definitely one of the worst C2s. 20% damage increase is pretty high. I mean, it's pretty good. But Wriothesley has so many teams where damage is split between multiple characters. And with C1, if you have to dash an incoming attack and you get some like weird... Like if you end up canceling your attack string for whatever reason and you don't get to N5, you don't get the benefit from it. It's just, yeah, it is what it is. Anyways, C3, reasonable, right? Okay. Like, for a C3, it's quite good. Because Wriothesley gets the large majority of his damage from his normal attack talent. And even if you don't upgrade the skill talent, it's still just the same multiplier upgrade, right? As a general rule, carries that have most of their damage coming from one talent get a little bit north of a 20% upgrade from the Constellation that increases that talent, right? At talent level 10, his normal attack is hitting for 105.5. At 13, 127.8. This is 21% upgrade. And this is going to be 21% pretty much across the board. And I think that contextualizes why I feel kind of whatever about the C1, right? 20% is okay, but it's relatively average. Like, Wriothesley is not a character that has a particularly good C1. When you compare it to characters like Raiden, yeah, the C1 feels like a big fucking deal. And when you think about how it makes his kit make sense, it's a big deal in that way either. It's a big deal in that way as well. But honestly, just compared to other good C1s, it's pretty underwhelming. Anyways, C4, he heals more from Rebuke, which is kind of not doing anything. Because the C1 reducing the Ascension 1 cooldown makes it so his combos aren't HP negative anymore to begin with. But I guess it helps a little bit for his healing if you're getting hit. Especially in like solo Wriothesley runs. I know that the website that people use for, or the app that people use for Abyss usage rates, for the most recent Abyss, the 9th most popular team is solo Wriothesley. Like, not 9th most popular character Wriothesley, like 9th most popular total team is Wriothesley by himself. Probably because there's like 100 C6 Wriothesley, dedicated C6 Wriothesley mains that really wanted to submit their run. And when you look at a character like Neuvillette, for example, he's very often played with Farina. But then the other two slots, it varies a lot. You have Kazuha, Shilonen, Baiju, Zhongli, Lanyan. So there's no like one team that is all that popular. And because of that, if you get with your friends and you submit very, very specific data for a team, you can end up making that team look a lot more popular than it is. Wriothesley is one of the carries that is... He's one of the best characters when it comes to doing stuff solo at C6. But that's not representative of his overall power level. Keep that in mind. Anyways. Additionally, if he gets overflow healing, he gets attack speed, or the team gets attack speed. This is kind of a whatever constellation, honestly. Is what it is. C5, not that great. Increasing burst damage just isn't that big of a deal because his burst is not that big of a portion of his damage. Even with the C2, the burst becomes worth using, but not that great. Still a lot less damage than your normal in charge attacks. I guess we can quantify that. Take a look at the whale Wriothesley sims. We can take a look at how much of the damage is coming from his burst. So 14k DPS from the melted burst, 9k from unmelted. So it's like 23.5-ish. And he has 224k. It's about 10% of his damage. So this is kind of just... Technically it'd be closer like 15 without the C6, but whatever. Anyways, C6. It effectively... Oh, it's a big deal, isn't it? It's definitely one of the better C6s. It makes his charge attack hit twice, and it also gives it 100 CV. Yeah, the additional hit on the charge attack is the same as the normal hit, and it's no ICD. So you can melt both of them if you have enough pyro, which you generally do. So his personal DPS 224 at C6. I'm kind of curious how much of an upgrade it is. It like significantly more than doubles his charge attack damage, but charge attack is not all of his damage. $153 was like 50% more damage-ish. It's about 50% more damage. It makes him not work with Maoika anymore because it's way too much cryo. But I don't know how it interacts with Maoika constellations. Because there's a Maoika constellation that gives you more pyro app for the fucking off-field bike. I don't know exactly how it interacts with that. I'm sorry. Thought I didn't TC C6 Wriothesley with C6 Maoika. Caught. You got me. Caught. Anyways, next question! We'll take one or two more. You talk about the Maritime? Yes, I have. What sort of buffs does he need to be better? Like someone who significantly increases attack speed? I don't think that would help too much. Or, I mean, if there was a good... If they released a good support that provided attack speed, they could work well with Wriothesley. But Wriothesley wouldn't be the character that benefits from it the most. The sort of support design that you'd need that would help Wriothesley more than it helps other carries? I'm not entirely sure what you'd want. Unironically, a support that helps with stamina usage would not be bad. Yeah, I mean, if there was a Pyro Seat Lolly that buffed cryo damage instead of Pyro, obviously, that would work with Wriothesley. And say, instead of shredding resistances, it gives attack speed. Like, give us a Pyro Catalyst from Natlan that gives you like 30% attack speed in their kit. That would be real good for with all field pyro application. That'd be really good for Wriothesley. It would help Wriothesley a lot more than all the other characters. Actually, what about Blind and Chivalrous teams? Not sure. Oh well. Oh well. Nah, Klein probably cares a lot more about... Does Klein's skill even get faster with attack speed? I think the gunshots do, but I don't think the sword lunge animation does. I guess we can take a look.
Leave the wounded to me. Your grand finale. Barbados, guide us.
So, I'm not sure if the skill animation is faster. It's hard to tell. I think it is. But I don't think it's accelerating as much as the normal attack animation.
Final warning. Let's keep going. Strike is one. Wind, hear me. Loaded.
Oh, I show that Skyward Blade too, you're right. Anyways. Next question! I'll take one more, I think. Why is he downplayed so much when he's really just pretty decent? Characters like Wanderer and Linny are around the same and seem to get less flack. Okay. That is a wild statement. Wanderer and Wriothesley are not the same. And Linny and Wriothesley are also not the same. You managed to slander Linny and Wriothesley. That's something, man. That's something. Oh boy. Like, in my eyes, Linny's an actual good unit with a lot of quality of life issues. But even if you play him in his chill teams, that run more defensive utility and stuff like that.
In my office, but soon gave up on the idea.
He's still generally just better than Wriothesley.
Where they won't be able to see the sun.
Then you got Wriothesley in the middle. And then not too far below is Wriothesley with is Wanderer with C6 Pharazon. And then, so you have like Linny perfectly played, Linny casually, Wriothesley, Wanderer with C6 Pharazon, Wanderer without C6 Pharazon. That's not even necessarily true, because if you do VV5 Wanderer as a driver in double Hydro, it's actually better than his best Pharazon teams. But, like... Again, I refuse... We don't need to talk about things like that, okay?
A word of advice, don't break the law. Is there anything else? Yeah, seriously.
Okay, I don't think this is a pleasant last question on which to end the video. So let's get one more. It's also not even that much about Wriothesley. Can you do a solo Wriothesley clear? I don't want to. We should actually do a Wriothesley clear to have background footage for the editors, though. Let's get floor 11 done so we can go to floor 12. What should we do on the other side? And which Wriothesley team do we want to do? We don't have Shilonen, so I guess we'll just use Farina. What does this build look like? Catch. Ugh. No, this don't work. Oh, we have engulfing. Maybe we use that. Sounds like a plan. That's Sig, yeah. I guess it's probably worth doing Sig. Why is your crit rate so low? You want to explain why your crit rate is so low? He's crit fishing. No? Okay. Our ER is still a problem. Do we have any Arsens? Not leveled, no. Oh, well. This ain't good. Burst every other rotation it is, I guess. Alright. What team should I play on the other side? That'll be fun to play. What is on this account that I don't usually have access to? Do we have any constellations? Ito. No. Maybe Ganyu we could do. Or Alhaitham, maybe? Can't really do Ganyu if I play Bennett on the other side. So I guess we do Alhaitham. We can do Alhaitham, I don't mind that. Sounds like a plan. How's our Kuki build? Lyphos. Gilded. Oh. What about the Alhaitham build? Sig. 2-piece, 2-piece. Really? Is that really your best build? Is it min-maxed? Or is it just because something went wrong? That's a lot of defense. 6 rolls versus 4 rolls, so it's 2 more rolls. 8 rolls versus... Okay, yeah, it is your best build. For sure. Not even close. Yeah, okay. 100%. Good build. Good build. Actually, what about the circlet? Okay, we're already on the crit rate. Never mind. Alright. Then we go Nahida. And Singto. Maybe? Probably? It's on EU. I don't know if I'll be able to do the swap trick on Alhaitham, or if the ping is gonna fuck me up.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's begin. Let's get down to business. Sharing my knowledge. Rain clear. Rain outlines your out of my way. Your bond is strong.
Here you are.
Oh my god.
Please hurry a little. I'll settle this. This way. No, my sword. Rain outlines your
I don't want to burst here.
Flicker.
Wow, this floor 12 looks easy. Thanks.
A moment, please.
I haven't seen a Hyphen gameplay in a while, true. I think this hits all of them? Yeah, it does. Huge. Hey. We're fucking playing Bloom all Hyphen, huge. Put that up quite a bit there, that's fine. Almost died. My cookie is going to die if I swap to her, so I gotta not swap to her. Average cookie experience. Average cookie experience.
Let's begin.
Booking in floral. It's a disease, man. It's actually a disease. Oh, it activated. I don't know why I even fucking started the rotation before breaking him. Oh well. Let's do one more, I guess. Don't have enough energy to burst. Oops. Melling killed it before Wriothesley did anything. I mean, that tends to be what happens in this team, yes. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we just do first side Wriothesley. Arena helps a lot here. Second side, we can do a Hytham. Should we include an Outland unit? Nah. Well. Oh. Right. I was gonna say, we could do Auroron. No, we can't. They don't have Auroron. I would have used Auroron instead of Kuki if they had him. My PMC is built, yeah, but I don't want to put PMC in that team. Well, maybe we could do Burgeon, I guess. No, I don't want to do that, actually. That does not sound fun. Okay, what even is this again? Alright, alright.
Everybody stand back.
A moment, please.
Try to knock him into the other one. There we go.
Don't worry, I got this. Going in. Eat this. Boba, get shower me with this.
Yeah, so here, wait, my Wriothesley is still on the Nebulette weapon. Well, I guess that's fine.
Nice and spicy. Everybody stand back. Let my name echo in song.
Wait now.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it. Boba, get them.
Let's begin.
Oh well. It's fine. The cash flow's not even level 90 anyways, so...
Care for a dance?
Temple of Wisdom.
Dance with me!
Let me lead you a verse. Know my sword. Rain.
The show is
Process
only
of
just
elimination.
begun.
Our bond is strong.
Not done yet. At least.
Okay, do we get lucky here? We do, oh my god. Can't remember the last time I got lucky on this one.
Ring cutter. Rain outlines it.
Scatter.
Committed to memory. I'll settle this. Let me read you a verse. Know my sword. Time to act.
The process of elimination.
Stand with me.
Flicker.
Actually amazing gameplay, I can? What do you mean? Paid chatter? What the fuck? What do you mean? Omega paid chatter, what the fuck? Is this not a C0L Hytham? Yes, it is. Why can you do the 3 mirror coordinated attack 4 times in a row? It's 6 times. The burst puts you at 3. You get 2. Your skill gets you back to 3, you get another 2, and then a charge attack gets you back to 3, you get another 2. My Bennett energy is fucked. Booking.
For more, please.
I got body blocked by the dead body. I can't. We don't have enough VR on this Farina. Oh, we do. HP particles from the Ruin Greater saved us.
Let's begin.
Right? Oh, I did get an ER card as well. You're right. I forgot. Is that enough? Not quite. Oh, it is. Are we gonna get lucky? Crab? Will you be nice to me? Yes, you were. That's my fucking goat crab right there. Holy.
For more, please.
Let's try to get some energy back. Did not get that much, but it's fine. Okay, I don't have enough energy on Alhaitham, but all the PMA death particles are probably enough to make me pretty close, yeah.
Okay, Taylor, the Temple of Wisdom. Witness the power of Gugwa. No, my sword.
It's fine.
Committed to memory, sharing my knowledge. Yeah, lightning, Jericho. Let me read you a verse.
The front.
Our bond is strong.
Sure. How bad is our energy here? Very fucking bad, okay. Please, the Shangling is fine.
Now.
Oops. That was dumb. I thought I input my attack, but I didn't.
Everybody stand back. Let my name echo in song.
Oh, fuck. Well, rip Bennett, I guess.
Let's light it up. Shower me with praise.
We're just gonna try to battery as much as we can. Oh, fuck you, I guess. While it's getting knocked down.
Time to shine.
And as soon as it goes down, I think we'll be able to kill it before it gets back up. No, we are not. But we get close enough that one more rotation during the shield phase. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Fine. Okay, sure. Oh.
Okay, Taylor, make yourselves at home. Witness the power of Gugwa. No, my sword.
Scatter.
I got hit like an idiot. might not be good enough. Yeah, it's not. Damn. It's fine. We wanted footage for the Wriothesley part anyways, not the Hytham part. So... and we achieved what we set out to do. Is Hyperbloom washed? This is a very high resistance enemy with mechanics that encourage you to use Natlan characters. And I used a team that did not have a Natlan character. And I didn't have a very fast first side. Can you do Wriothesley second side now? Sure, we could. But we don't have Xilonen. So it's a little cooked. I guess we use Kachina. Oh. Oh. Is our build min-maxed for tone? I guess it's fine, right? Yeah. I don't think we want to use cash flow at level 70. Pretty sure this is just better. Okay, what do we do on the first side? We could do a Hytham again. Arguably better first than second side, but... let's do Ito. We don't have Xilonen. Never mind. Nilo? No. Nilo and single target aware. Raiden? I have Raiden, so no. Alright, let's just play Navidad then, I don't give a shit. But we yoinked the tome. Probably doesn't matter that much. I forgot to use Farina's burst. Oops.
Let my name echo in song. Flies high. The birds call.
Did my Jolly Pillar just block the first few hits of the charge attack? Because that is most certainly what it looked like.
I will have order. Silence.
Wind strike.
Oh, that's fucking annoying.
Settle down. The tides beckon. Bow your head.
Just use the E for energy, even if it cancels our charge attack early. Alright.
Care. Dance
Ah.
with me.
Her hit was too late, so I didn't get a fucking Cryo Cinder City. I can't.
Show's only just begun. Not done yet. Curtain. Falls.
Stay cool. Face your guilt.
Let her rip. Let's light it up.
Oh my god, I didn't get it again. Oh, it's so doomed, dude. What the fuck?
Dream work.
Let's begin.
Nice Bennett buff. Okay, we got it this time. Ah, you know what? I can't be bothered.
Time to.
Let her rip.
Way now.
Okay. What the fuck is an ER roll? I know, right? Here's a clip. The pillar did plug the chart. Bro, that's crazy.
Silence.
I think I knew about this a long time ago, but I forgot.
Time to shine.
Let the mighty be humble. Settle down. Stabilize.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my night. Wind strike.
Let my name echo in song.
The tides beckon. Bow your head. Gather.
As one with wind and cloud.
Did I just not get a swirl because Farina didn't hit him for like 5 seconds? That's crazy.
Silence. Be sanctified.
Wind strike.
Let's try to get the...
Bow your head.
Fuck, I didn't book in time. I didn't book in time, chat! I booked after the chamber ended. My bad. Look at all these particles, man. What?
Let's light it up. Teamwork is toast.
A moment, please.
Let her rip. Yeah. Everybody stand back.
Why didn't it work? I tried to input my... Whatever.
A moment, please.
No one saw that. It's great background footage. Oh my god, this was so bad. I wanted to save my burst, but I guess I didn't have enough damage, man. Fuck.
Stabilize.
Clouds high, but birds call.
Time to shine.
Now you're testing my patience.
I'm
Bow your head. Will meet again. Let the mighty be humble.
Did not get the particles. Fine.
Settle down.
shower me with
One with wind and cloud.
the lightning, echoing song.
Bow your head. The tides beckon.
Okay, it doesn't get much better than that on the first side, so let's see how well this will go.
Everybody stand back.
Let's begin.
Chat, this is not C2 Kachina. Oh, that's bad.
Let's go, Swirly. Teamwork is dreamwork. Toast. At the right hand.
Wait now. It's going to get a little chilly.
Japan. Clear the area. Everybody stand back. Boba, get them.
A moment, please.
I think we're fine still. No, we're not. Oh my god.
Let her rip. Let's light
I think we'll be fine though. Are we? I think we're fine. I'm starting to doubt myself.
I'm going in.
Wait now.
We're not fine. Oh man, 2 minutes wasn't enough? Fucking hell. No, Res Shred is hard. It's the fact that we need a second Kachina skill to knock it down. But Kachina's skill cooldown is so fucking long that it's just cooked. Completely cooked. Because the second Kachina skill knocks it down instantly, but then you gotta wait like 10 seconds after he spawns the pillar to get your skill cooldown back. Okay, I know what we need to do then. I know what we need to do. It's not the boss, Wriothesley is just... I mean, it's a mix of both. If you don't have Citlali or Mawika, or Auron, or C2 Kachina, this boss is rough. Let me double check something. Which pillar are you supposed to climb with the tall characters again? Is the left one, right? Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. Whatever. We don't get Cinder City, but who gives a fuck, man? We got our Cinder City here. Easy fucking clap. I don't want to talk about that. Wait, one skill was enough? Wait, why was it enough this time? I'm very confused. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's actually faster to do this anyways. Never mind. Okay, whatever, I give up. I just cancelled my N5. Oh well, we got it. Easy clap. Not even close. Oh man. Her Q refreshes her E. No, that's a Constellation. It didn't do that. We just cleared it faster for some reason. That's C2. Let's also get a Hyperfridge clear for footage. Second side, we can do Kaniche. $300 crit damage, my goodness. I'm gonna be honest, alright? We're gonna be overcapped on crit rate, but I can't be bothered. Let's just do that. Only overcapped by 6%, it's fine. No. This maybe? really want a crit rate weapon, huh? What is your build even min-maxed for? Wait, he's not even on Deepwood. Oh my. You don't have an attack main stat. Can I level this? Do you use Emilia enough that you would want to level this, or not? Toma was on Deepwood? I'm not playing Toma. Sure? Okay, cool. Crit. Okay. Max roll of crit. That's good. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, that's a min roll of... Oh my god. I'm really sorry I ruined your account. Oh boy. GG. Account ruined. Yeah, this will do, I guess. The fuck is this movie? I know, man. Log in, use C1 Wriothesley, break account. Yes. Probably DPS lost to use Nahida Burst here, but whatever. Maybe I should use Raiden, since we have C1 Wriothesley. Oops. Scryo or Dendro bring the shield faster? Same speed. So whichever one applies their element faster. Where are you aiming? What? How did I lose my aura? Like, actually, how the fuck did I lose my aura? You're not supposed to ever lose your aura in this team. Does the self-dendro application fuck it up? Maybe it does. Damn. My bad, I guess. Let's not be an idiot this time. She died, but she didn't. That's a bit annoying. Let's heal up a little. I'm not gonna use my E yet, because I gotta do this. Alright. I'm not gonna bother trying to short hold this time. I've learned my lesson. Oops. Why did I burst there? It's fine. Whatever. No one saw that it was not 3 stars, okay? Whatever. Okay, Denver resistance enemy. Not the fastest first side. It's fine. It's fine. Just forget about it. Why the fuck did I not swap back to Cookie? Oh well. I don't think that's enough. Yeah. Oh. Okay, we're fine. I think. We might not be fine, chat. Okay, we're fine. I didn't realize that's how it worked. Oh, okay. Okay. Alright. We get this because the EM buff on the active character is actually a pretty big deal for this, for the Saxing Toe and the Grizzly Melts. Of course, we missed all of our crits. I think we don't have that much time left on Cookie, so I'll just do this. And now I'll use this. Is he gonna dodge it? No. Okay. Alright. I think that's pretty good footage to provide. Fuck. No shot, that wasn't enough. No fucking shot, that wasn't enough. I'm cooked, man. I can't wait this long. Fine, it's fine. We'll get lucky here. Okay, never mind. It was like 99% full, man. Fuck. gonna do this for the iframes. Nah. That wasn't that great. Is that really what it is in general? Is there no way around this? Is this just how Kaniche works against this guy? That's actually so fucking tragic, man. How did that target? I aimed here, and it would have been a different thing if it latched onto this, but it latched onto this. What the fuck? Please don't go underground. Did he only do 2 attacks? Man. I hate when he only does 2 attacks. Wait, that worked? Because I was in Nisel during the fucking dash? What? I mean, I'll take it, I guess. Or fucking 1 second off. I can't. Whatever. We managed to get 6 stars. I think we got 2 stars on each chamber. Oh man. That's just because I fucking decided to play Kanish like an idiot, though. Also, you have Red Horn. Why does your Kanish build feel worse than mine? This doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. Oh well. Maybe we have a Ballad of the Fjords. No, we don't. Okay. And what do we play first side? Is he still getting Grizzly footage? Yeah. This is gonna be the last clear for footage, I think. Ah, I can't be bothered. I'll just do this, man. Alright. You're doing voice lines? I don't know. Oh, fuck you. Alright. Mew and Dendro resistance. We're gonna lose some damage to him going up here. It's a bit annoying. Wow, wrong order. Stupid fucking idiot. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. You. Oh, I can't be bothered, dude. What the fuck was that? I'll get the energy from this kill. Alright. Alright. Very cool. Very cool. How awful is this gonna be? I gotta make sure I get the jump properly. If I don't get it, it's cooked. Even if we do, it might still be cooked. I think we're fine as long as we get it. But I do think we need to... We need to get it. And we need to get it early, actually. Alright, we got it. Huge! 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 Okay, easy clap. Easy clap. Oh boy. Well, that was certainly a clear of all time. Within an abyss of all time. Alright, so that provided the footage. So, I think that's gonna be it for the Ask Zajef. I hope you learned a thing or two. I hope, more importantly, that it helped clarify for those of you that were... Well, I guess those of you that were under the impression that I think that Wriothesley's Hyperloom team is his best team to this day. It's still one of his better teams, but just... But a lot of the units released after him gave him other team options that do more damage. But yeah, so I hope it like somewhat takes the place of the non-existent post-release. But yeah, I hope you learned a thing or two. Hope you enjoyed, as usual. Do all the YouTube stuff, and see you guys on the next one. Bye, YouTube. Voice lines? No, not today. I'm gonna be honest though, chat. I did not expect this to take that long. Thank you for letting me your account ready. I'm fucking tired. We've been live for 7 hours. How have we been live for... When did I start the Ask Zajef? We've been doing it for 5 hours. Fucking hell. There was like an hour of background footage recording, but oh well. I think that's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow we will check out the Wriothesley teaser that I didn't look at today. Yeah, I'll tell the editors. Where the fuck is my editor chat? There it is. Recorded. Wriothesley, Ask Zajef. There's a lot of stuff to cut out because I got very distracted. Sorry about that. Alright. I don't really want to raid anyone today. So I think I'll just see you guys tomorrow. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye.